Whew. Why am I here? Oh, that's why. Ha! Hello, everybody. Otto, good to see you. Long time to see. Oh. Jax, welcome in. Thank you for the Sephiroth. Yeah, have some free time today. Oh, nice. Oh, you're also sick. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Hope you get better soon. Oh, we're doing the song request. Okay. Um, I will do that. I'll do this. I'll do this once, and then because normally we don't. I don't when we're playing Elden Ring with Ben. I don't normally, but it's all good. Climax by Scene Green. Nice. It's going to be a jarring change of song, isn't it? I'm doing all right, Jax. I'm doing all right. Can't complain. You know, can't complain. How's everyone? How's everybody doing? Hope everyone's good. But yeah, we're back with more Elden Ring with Ben. I know he's live right now as well. Um, so yeah, I think he's live right now doing some stuff. Let me link his Twitch. You wanted to, you can pop in and say hi to Ben as well. My family got a stomach bug. Oh, you're the last to get it. Oh no, that sounds like me. Like if there's something going around, I'm either first or last. And the song is jarring, but it's so damn good. Hey, that's what we like to hear. I forget how long this song is. Jesus. Yeah, I think we've heard One Winged Angel enough now. It's been nearly 8 minutes. let's just continue on that. Let's have a peek. See listens. Okay. Jarring even for Scene Queen. Oh, that scares me. Not gonna lie, it scares me. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say she's usually much more upbeat. But this is nice. Mm. Mm. It's lovely. It's not my favorite song of hers. Her voice is so gorgeous. It is. It sounds amazing. I agree. Pain. Yeah, I say it's much. It's normally her songs are much more upbeat, but not. Yeah, yeah, upbeat and like. Ah. But no. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, Inception. I'm putting this on my playlist. Mm. The exception. That's lovely. That's lovely stuff. This is her most taking the mask off song. Her album, her first one, is about her story through in entertainment and needing the mask of scene queen. And this is about her boyfriend who adores her and she adores. Oh, that's lovely. That's so cool. I think it's nice and refreshing and good to have, you know, like I say, obviously a lot of musicians do have they are personas. They're not their real selves, and sometimes it is like almost cleansing to kind of just, have a little couple of tracks or even an album where they're just like, yeah, it's just me, unfiltered. I'm not playing as pretending to be somebody or, trying to get my way through things. It's just me. That's awesome. All right. Ah!
Sorry, I got screamed at because Mudbury showed up in chat.
Oh, okay.
I was literally just about to check on you as well to see where you were at.
Oh, were you? That's good. Just
Welshie's been just.
Well, she's just yeah. He's been chatting to
Sure he's
people.
okay.
Like, come on now.
No, I was warming up with Mesmer.
I have your stream
Fuck
up.
that. I definitely need to like wake up before I fight Mesmer. I am not. Plus the fact that my build is so drastically different from the last time I fought him, it's gonna take a little bit of like relearning, I should say.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So,
yeah, this is Ben. Everybody in chat.
Hello, hi, I'm loud.
Wow, starting off strong.
Yeah. Hey, I'm warning them what they're getting into. Okay.
As I suppose.
Just let you know right now, if you like your ears, you're not gonna like me.
Yeah. If you like your ears to bleed, then you've come to the right place.
Not that bad, man. Yeah, so let's swap around one talisman here.
Otto says, don't worry, Ben, I'm loud too, so.
Yes, good brother.
Right, okay, so we're gonna, let me click on the game so I can, my controller. In the video for the song, he's just staring at her when he can, so in love, and I have his autograph. I love him there. Oh, that's awesome. You have the autograph too, Otto? That's awesome.
Okie dokie. Okay, so I got my talismans reset.
Your key.
Cool. Is your world open?
I haven't closed the game from when we spoke earlier.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it should be.
Yeah.
It should be.
Joined this whole time and just been like, surprise.
Yeah,
bitch.
yeah. Come on, just like poking me, like, come on, good game.
Stick that I have in my offhand. I have a little toothpick basically in my offhand. What it has like on it, it amplifies the lead and also has a really good weapon art on it. Just hit my damn knuckles again, son of a bitch.
Ow,
Well, I think I told you about this before, but for several weeks now, the knuckle on my right index finger, which is the index finger on my dominant hand,
yeah,
which makes it even worse.
For
whatever reason, this knuckle has been like so sore
Oh, I had one. When I fell and didn't stream for 2 weeks, I had a hairline fracture in my arm. Because I went outside and touched grass and fell.
See, that's what nerds get for touching grass.
Funny enough, literally, Savage, my mod, literally.
And we just hurt ourselves.
Yeah, literally. I said that, I went to hospital and like I got a fracture and like literally Sav, my mod, my good friend, he's like, well, that's what happens when you go outside, and I'm like, oh, God damn it. We've been over this. What did I tell you? But yeah, okay. No, it takes a couple of weeks to, and thank you for the TTS, Jags. I just had me splitting out random letters and numbers.
Okay, so did you just get Irina's letter?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, is she blind?
She is blind. She's a blind maiden.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you don't got no bitches, she's the bitches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Anyways, we're gonna go save her dad from the scary fortress that's down here.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I forgot we were doing side stuff.
Yeah, I think we hadn't gone down here, so we were gonna go down here and do some other stuff. Do some stuff.
Yeah, because there's a really big, funky sword you can get from down here, but also just a bunch of other, like, random shit to do.
Ah! Hiya! Hiya! Yeah, so we are running the Seamless Co-op mod.
Yeah,
So no summoning.
Horses.
Yeah, we can ride our horses, and there's no... we shouldn't get... Ow, ow, ow. And we shouldn't get any player invasions, because we're actually playing offline, technically.
We'll get NPC invasions and that stuff, but we won't get player invasions. This is very nice.
Sorry, I just got knocked off my horse, so I'm just murdering things a minute.
There's an item back here.
Stuff. Oh, is there a chest here? No. Yes, no. Oh, there is a chest.
There's an item on the back of the carriage, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jax, for the contribution to the a Morning Star.
Yes. That's actually a pretty good
hi.
Like one-handed mace.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's half decent.
Oh, I'm just getting smithing stones. It's great. Oh, there's just a giant just chilling there.
Yeah, there's a troll just sitting over there in the corner.
Yeah, just sitting.
He was supposed to get up and attack us, but I think he missed his cue.
Yeah, he's like, it looks like he's out of breath. He's like,
yeah,
just give me a minute.
I'll let them worry about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I just ran across that bridge. Oh, I need a minute to catch my breath. Joey, her boyfriend, and he's singing for in her own words. It's honestly so nice. When he was signing my thing, he asked what was I going to do when I got home, and I said sit down because my feet hurt. And he was like, anything else? And I went, subscribe and follow all the bands here. And he went, yes, good. And high-fived me.
Castle, and then we'll grab the map fragment so you have this area unveiled on your map and you can actually see what all is down here and stuff.
Oh yeah. I can. It's just follow this road, isn't it? I can see the
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But then ideally, I think we should head because we were doing Ronnie's questline, right?
That is what we're... Yeah, that's the quest line we're going down, is Ronnie the Witch.
The main quest line?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So, I don't remember exactly how far we got into that, honestly.
I think the last thing we went to, we did the towers.
Samurai Edge Runner Jax asked me, how long until things go really bad for Welsh Bandicoot and Ben Edgehouse in Elden Ring? Well... Samurai Edge Runner Jax. If history in Elden Ring has taught us anything, it's that things can go south real quick. But hey, when the going gets tough,
real quick when
the tough hop in their Ford truck and drive through any obstacle.
According to the Ford.
The Ford F-150 answering. What was he asked?
Jax asked, how long until things go really bad for Welsh and Ben in Elden Ring?
Oh, give it like 10 minutes, Jax.
Yeah, just like anytime. No. Yeah, it said.
I think this dude sells something important. But I
does he?
Remember. Oh yeah, he sells a stone sword key. If you need more stone sword keys.
Oh, actually.
He also sells smithing stones. If you need a couple of those.
I have.
Pot if you want to make some of the consumables.
Note demi-human mobs. Okay. Oh, Crimson Amber Medallion raises HP.
Yes, definitely pick up the talisman if you have the extra souls for it, because talisman collections is good anyways. But also that specifically is a health medallion, so it's like
very good.
A health talisman, so it's like if you ever have an open slot and you can't really decide what to put in it, it's always handy to just throw some extra.
Yeah, and I've got the stone sword key as well.
Yeah.
I got 7 now apparently.
Nice. I think I still have like 50. Yeah, I have 51, so in Seamless Co-op, it'll actually let me use mine in your game. So you don't necessarily have to worry about
any of that.
Too much yet, but...
Oh, wait, did I rest? It said you rested at it, but I'm just going to...
Yeah, we can rest. Let's see if we can pass time, actually, because there's a nighttime boss literally right here.
Okay. I can pass until nightfall? Like that?
Wait,
does that actually work? Hold on. Oh, shit.
Yeah. hold on. Am I leveling up your flasks?
Oh, that's a... Wait, no way. No, no shot.
Am I leveling up your flasks right now?
That'd be hilarious if you were.
Okay, I just increased the amount replenished by flasks as much as possible.
Okay.
Wait.
Wait.
Your flasks and tell me if they're plus 12 now or not.
They're +2. Hold on.
Oh, they're only +2?
Yeah. I got 9,
okay,
but
so
only
it wasn't
+2.
Yours, it was mine, I guess.
Okay. Can I...
Man, that would have been so funny.
That would have been so funny.
I literally was just like, yes, use.
It's like, you want all the flasks? Here's all the flasks.
Exactly. Here, hold on. Let me see, actually. Oh, I can't.
Can you give them to me?
Wait, can I?
That would be amazing.
Yeah, can I? Damn, I can't.
He also asked if I was sure if I wanted to go sign my thing. It was a Set It Off album. I told him I was sure, and he said, "Oh, you signed your album, Set It Off album? Nice."
Be like, here, upgrade your flasks real quick before we go do it.
Yeah, imagine.
Ah, here's the boss that I wanted to.
Oh yeah, it's like it's another one of those night boss thingies.
Yeah.
It's cavalry. Oh. Oh, well,
Kick his ass. He's on the ground. Kick his ass.
I got no stamina. There you go.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Killed your little daggers. You like my little daggers, by the way?
Oh wow, yeah, they're pretty cool.
These are throwing daggers. Look at this.
Oh shit! I got a Knight Rider flail, apparently.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the Here, I'll give you another one so you can dual wield if you want.
Nice.
That way you have two relatively decent strike weapons. That's the blunt damage.
Oh yeah, I think I got the hold on. Have I got the right, yeah, I got the monk's flame mace, haven't I, as well? So I could... Oh, that one causes blood loss. Oh.
Yeah, the Knight Rider's flail causes blood loss, which is really good for it because you can bleed things while still bludgeoning them to death. So if something's weak to blades but still susceptible to bleed, you can use the Knight Rider flail for that.
Gotcha.
There's a few others that are like that too.
I forget I can use my horse. I'm so used to not being on horseback.
It's so jarring remembering that, like, oh yeah, I have a fucking horse.
I can jump. Whoa!
Oh.
I just
pick up the map fragment so we can get the fuck out of here.
I think that just skimmed me by like a millimeter. I can't even lie.
I forgot that he was down there. That's why. Like,
jeez.
Oh, wait a minute.
That was insane. I jumped and it was like...
daggers from the horse? Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Whee!
Was insane. I think I jumped over the arrow. Like, I'm not even kidding. Because I was sprinting and then just jumped and it was like... And I was like, oh, okay. This is the kind of mods I can get behind? Yeah, exactly. Oh, speaking of mods, I was actually looking at... Skyrim mods, and I'm like, ooh. I saw one, it was like Ultra HD, like basically remapping the game as a 4K game, and it is,
shot me in the face.
And it was disgustingly good.
Yeah. Hold on. Falcon! Punch!
Falcon punch!
I just need to be walking around constantly with the One Punch Man theme playing.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Like you'll see here when we get inside, you'll see how these martial arts, like
they just pop off.
Attack patterns for them and how just disgustingly good they are.
Huh. Oh, another bonfire.
Yes.
I saw more on the lift.
Go ahead and top off real quick here. Might as well. Set spawn and all that jazz.
The reason he asked if I was sure because he isn't in Set It Off, and it was a Set It Off concert. His band in her own was an opener. There were 3 openers, and he was the second to last opener. Oh, nice.
Co-op ruined PvP for this game. Like,
that's awesome though. That he did, you know, like he was nice about it.
I mean, the majority of
that makes sense though. If he's not in the band.
PvP sucks ass.
Yes. No one is honorable.
Yeah, well, not no one. There are some. I mean, you and I even saw a few. Remember?
Yeah. The first stream was the worst because that was
Mm-hmm.
just so bad. Like we had like 3 back-to-back where they were like, "Oh, we're gonna run away and just be bitches," and it's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, the first stream was all of the inbred children who don't know any better. The second stream of the 8 invaders that we had, probably 4 of them I think were honorable, and then the other 4 were just really bad.
Yeah, they're just like, "Oh, you want to fight? Oh, can you do it
the
while
dude that came down the stairs and got himself corner stuck.
Oh, that was so funny.
That was fucking funny. That too is just funny.
He was just like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna go great." And you're like, "Oops."
Yeah, and then he was fat rolling too, so he couldn't dodge anything.
Oh yeah, no, like literally, he was so fucked.
Ow! Fuck off, dog! Fuck off! Over here getting in the ass by a dog.
Oh.
I'm literally just throwing daggers at everything, by the way.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'm going to have fun with this while I can before it becomes useless in the DLC. Because once you get the DLC,
that is fair.
Scales to the host, so it's like, oh god.
Yeah.
Everything will immediately become your level or
Yeah.
higher.
Just think of this as private co-op. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, man, look at this shit. Look at that.
Just
One combo set. I don't even have anything that boosts attack damage with successive attacks.
we got a pumpkin helmet. Let's go.
Nice.
And I got a sanctuary stone.
Sanctuary stones, I think, are for crafting, if I remember right. But yeah, you gonna be a pumpkin head like me, or no? I'm a jarhead.
I can be Pumpkinhead. Hold on.
I need to figure out.
Oh, it's heavy. Hang on.
where you
Oh, I
get
can
the
still.
regular-
It's still medium load. Actually, that's not bad.
Nice. I need to figure out where you get the regular jar helmet so I can give it to, or so I can get another one and give it
This
to.
is so weird.
Yeah,
I
there you
fe-
go.
I feel like
The
I should be.
Adventures of Pumpkinhead and Jarhead.
I feel like I should be playing Medieval on the PlayStation.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I am Sir
no,
Daniel
this is gonna be
Fortescue.
great. This is gonna be so stupid, so perfect.
I'll be sitting and watching YouTube or Netflix. Oh, no worries, Otto. Take care. Your mind is tired. Ah, no worries. No problem at all. No, I know you're not. And if you're not well as well, that's totally okay. It's all good.
I think helmets like the pumpkin and the jars make any armor set just look better because it makes it funny.
Yeah, it's just the meme of it. It makes it look better
The memes of
tenfold.
Just like replacing your head with something stupid is so perfect. 'Cause
Imagine-
you got like this badass looking armor set.
Yeah.
Like yours and mine both.
Yeah.
Are like ridiculously cool looking armor sets, and then you've got this dumbass fucking jar on my head.
Yeah, it's like, well, we ran out of materials to create the helmet, so you've got this
Here,
instead.
just use this pot we had left over. I
Pretty
made
much.
yesterday's stew in it, so go ahead and just stick that on your head real quick. It'll give you some
Yeah.
extra protection.
Let it marinate, you know.
Exactly.
But no, like imagine just like, just you're like, oh no, I must go find the ruler of this land, and he's just you. It's just us just sitting on the
Yeah,
throne.
this. Must find the ruler of this land, and then all you see is just this
It's like, can I help you?
posing in a corner or something.
It's like, sir, can I beg for your aid? And it's just like no reaction because you literally got a jar on your head. Yeah, he says no.
Exactly. I need a jar interpreter.
It's just like.
Not even that. You don't even speak. Just like
Yeah.
standing there, motionless.
Yeah, just do the occasional nod. Oh.
I communicate through gestures.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, so communicating through gestures, and I'm just like,
What's the one you had where you go, ha? What was that one where like it made a noise?
oh, I mean, there's like the hey, but
Yeah.
it wasn't a gesture. I was doing this.
Oh, you did that. Oh. That's it. Yeah. He says that you should die.
That's a DLC item. It's one of the speaking stones. It's a DLC item, and you use it. It just
You should just have that as that's your way of communicating.
yes. And I need an interpreter to communicate what each.
Yeah, it's like he says hello.
Oh, he's actually exceptionally happy today.
Yeah, he says hello.
Yeah, it may sound otherwise, but he's actually quite pleased.
Oh, hello. Steel wire torch. What's so special about a steel one compared to a normal wire torch?
It's steel.
Does that mean it doesn't rust?
No, steel rusts.
Stainless steel doesn't rust though.
Stainless steel doesn't, but that's because stainless steel is
Not
alloyed
steel, is
with
it?
Something else. Exactly. It's not steel anymore. It's alloyed with something else.
Mm-hmm. I remember learning that in school.
What'd you say?
I said I remember learning that in school.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember being in a metalworking class, and then
Oh, watch out, man.
In high school, I was in like auto shop because I didn't have like proper metalworking.
Mm-hmm.
But we used to use stuff like that all the time. Like there were
Yeah.
some things that we would learn that like were kind of outside of what the course parameters would be.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of nice that we actually like learned some outside stuff.
Oh, oh.
Not
Okay,
just
yep.
Course curriculum crap.
Mm-hmm. That first enemy was just like it was like praying, and then it just like stuck praying, and then it just went and just died. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I threw daggers at his face until he died.
Yeah. As one does, you know.
Hey, there's a bonfire right down there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think we should go down there yet.
No, probably it's not worth the risk.
Well, so we have to go.
Down here.
Actually,
Actually, you could just probably get it, couldn't you? And then you can wait.
I could just hop over the wall. Wait, can I? Oh, I can't horse.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, torrent doesn't.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you
so
can just hop
get
over the wall.
We'll get the bonfire here in a minute.
Neat.
Oh, by the way, don't expect me to be like super mega healing anymore because my healings have been dumbed down significantly.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's all good.
expecting to faith.
All good.
Yeah, I'm no longer expecting to faith as much as I used to be, so my heals are not as busted.
It's fine. All good. Ow. Oh, hello. Every time I say that, I feel like I should be like Obi-Wan. I'm like, hello there.
I love that Ewan McGregor was a good enough sport to come back and play Obi-Wan now that he's as old as what's his name was, Ben something or other.
Oh, yeah, I think another one, yeah. Yeah, because he came back in
Now
Anakin,
that
didn't
he's
he?
like as old as the dude was, he's like, yeah, sure, I'll be old Obi-Wan again.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, so this is Irina, the girl we talked to. This is her father. We need to bring him the letter.
Oh, we got a sacrificial twig.
Yes, so sacrificial twig is a talisman that is consumed upon death when you have it equipped. But instead of dropping your runes, you keep all your runes.
Ah, nice.
It's basically like a ring of sacrifice.
Yeah,
Remember those?
I remember those, yeah.
Yeah, that's the ring of sacrifice.
Deliver Irina's letter.
Yeah. So he's like, no, I don't want to leave because I'm a dickhead. And, you know, duty and shit or whatever.
Yeah, because he's a lord of the
So
castle.
he's gonna leave his daughter back on the road waiting for him because he's a dickhead.
The treasured sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we need to. Alec Guinness, there you go. Alec
That's
Guinness.
that's
Thank
the
you,
guy. So
I knew he had a really kick-ass name.
I mean, if it was like Excalibur, I could understand this guy like protecting it, but like it probably doesn't. I mean, doesn't.
You'll see, it's a little absurd, but it's an interesting sword. You'll see.
Gotcha. Wee. Doing, 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 doing. Behind the castle. Ooh.
I gotta see how the fuck we get out of here. Ah, this way. That would make sense. I had to Google it. That's okay. Thank you, though, Kiara. Yes. So be careful here,
Okay.
Mister. Mister, I don't jump when I go to jump.
Oh no, not this shit again.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks I didn't backstep that time. Fall down a pit and a hole where a ladder was. Oh, that shit will never not be funny.
Yeah. So there's some lore in here if you want it with
Oh.
the ghost.
With the spirit, the ghosty ghost.
Yeah, there's blocks as well.
Yeah, I see. Pickled turtleneck. Oh, that sounds like a different object.
You stop that right now.
Please help me, I'm of noble blood.
Please, here to kick your ass.
If these hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Anything but that, please. Think of the disgrace. Yeah. Well, it already happened, so don't worry about it.
Kicking sludge to death.
Just don't mind me.
Yeah, literally, like, look at my attacks.
You
I'm kicking sludge to death.
are literally like a
Yes.
monk.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm fucking through
Yeah.
Screw One Punch Man. It's all about one kick man. Get new anime coming this summer.
Yeah. He'll get a two series on Netflix and then get cancelled after the first one.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking Christ. No, One Punch is like the fact that they even made that into like a proper manga and stuff is just bizarre since it started as a fucking meme. Like, it's so dumb.
I mean, why not, innit?
I guess anything to keep the children's attention.
Mm-hmm. True.
Went all the way around the long way.
It just...
Ah, that's where you get that talisman. Okay.
Oh,
That's
twin blade
actually really
talisman.
good to know, 'cause that is a fantastic talisman. That talisman boosts the damage of the last attack in
Oh, a chain attack.
combo chains. So like the last hit when you're dual wielding your swords, or whatever, the
Oh
final
yeah,
hit,
go on then.
it'll deal more damage if you use
Yeah, I want that.
That's a good one to have if you're using weapons that have like 3 or 4 hit combos, because then you can just deal a shitload of damage,
Mhm.
and then you stack that with like the talisman that boosts attack power
Yeah.
with successive hits.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, you'd be
You can just stack your damage like
yeah,
exponentially.
like crazy. That's fair.
Mhm.
Okay.
Now you're gonna jump off a roof.
Oh, we got what?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I was like, where the fuck did you go? I was like, you were behind me, like literally 10 seconds
Jump off a
ago.
roof.
Okay.
I hear a crystal lizard. I just don't see it. Where is it?
Tarnished golden sunflower.
Hiding in the bush here.
Ooh,
Bug.
bitch.
Can't escape my feet. My feet of fury.
Okay, where do I... Wait, where have you gone?
Just keep going down the cliff.
Okay. Alright, okay. Yeah, I see. Blink.
Ah, yes. I am amongst my people.
Yes, this is the best camouflage. No one will see me here.
Exactly. You don't see me, like John Cena.
Yeah. Do 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 do. And his name is John Cena. Wee wee dee wee.
I'm just over here punching and kicking rats.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to make my way down as quickly, but as safely as possible.
Yeah, no, that's probably good for you to,
So I was like,
to try to get
just
down
tiptoe,
as slowly as possible.
just tiptoe my way.
Why the tulips? Alright, there's a bonfire over here, actually, if you want to come take a seat.
Oh yeah.
As well, get our shit back. Oh, hold on, actually. Since I probably won't have to worry switch over to my deal more damage physic, just because I want to absolutely demolish this boss. Yeah, look at all the ghost jellyfish. Fucking weirdos. Man, I remember when this place was challenging.
Oh, those are the days, eh? I'm using my golden runes.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm just over here kicking things.
Oh yeah, oh, can you get those? You can get those as a summon, right?
What?
Jellyfish?
Just the gun or the jellyfish?
Jellyfish.
Yeah, you should already have it as.
Yeah, I think it's one of the first ones you get, isn't it?
Yeah. Here goes the jellyfish.
Goes the jellyfish.
Kicking death too.
What we like to call them, Biscotti Wibbly Wobblies.
What? Huh? What the fuck was that? Fucking Swahili shit are you speaking? Yeah,
Scodin Wibbly Wobbly. That's the Welsh slang for jellyfish.
Oh god.
Because Biscodin is fish and it wibbles and wobbles, you know. You know, it do be.
You just stand over there.
Yeah.
Just stand over here.
Yeah. Oh, there's a summon sign here. Oh, oh, it's the guy.
You can summon the dickhead if you want to. We don't need to, but you can if you want to.
Fuck him, he's a dick. So
Okay.
I can't trust.
All right, now watch me one punch this man.
Okay, Leonine Misbegotten.
Bonk.
That was half health.
Yeah. Bonk. Okay, I think you got the rest.
Yeah, I got the last step. Nice. Nice. Rafted Blade Greatsword. That was the item that he was on about.
Yeah, that's the big fancy sword that he was like, they stole it from me and I've got to get it back, but I'm too lazy to get off my ass and stop sitting here.
Right.
Jackass.
Gotcha.
And now what's worse is if we go back to his daughter, she's super dead.
Oh, is she like dead?
Yeah, she's super dead.
Oh, that's
this
awkward.
Sucks. Oh, that super sucks. So they didn't update the map functionality because with this mod. So now like half of my map is gonna be covered because I've not. Because you don't have the map fragments.
Gotcha.
So I may have to like disconnect and reconnect at times just so that I can see the map.
Yeah, no, it's all good. All good.
We'll see how this goes. I want to see if that actually works. Since we're not in the middle of like doing anything right now, let me go ahead and see about that.
That's me. Thank you.
Also.
So funny.
It's so stupid. I love it, dude. I love the fact too, as well. Like all of the prattling plates from the base game say things. They're like, help me or thank you. And the only one that was kind of like, oh, why is this here? Kind of mean was there's one that says you're beautiful.
Oh,
it's like they all say like decent things.
Yeah.
That are like meaningful ways of communication. Like I said, like help me or this way or whatever. But then there's the one in the DLC that they added. They're like, fuck it.
There's probably a mod, right? That's probably got ones in there that's like, fuck you.
Oh, I'm sure there are mods for it. I mean, you saw the mod that I sent you the article about.
Yeah.
It's literally just turn the final DLC boss into Miyazaki writing patches. Like, fucking why? Oh, cool. That does work. My map is unveiled down here now. Sweet. Okay, so whenever you pick up a map fragment, we'll just find like a decent place to pause for 2 seconds. So
and then just okay.
Just so that way it shows the map.
Oh yeah, that's the last thing we did. It was because we beat Radahn. There was Starfall Crater. We unlocked that.
Yeah. So the crater is what leads us down to like Mohg's area, but it's not going to. We're not going to be able to fight mode yet.
Yeah,
So,
no. I think that's the thing I remember from Rani's questline. That's the last thing we did.
Yeah, but if you wanted to, we are on track to fight mode today, so we could effectively do DLC stuff today if you wanted to see some of the cool new things.
Okay. We'll see how it goes.
That being said, though, we actually do need to head into that hole as part of Ronnie's questline.
Yeah, the Starfall
right, where you
Crown.
talked to all three of the ghosts back at like Ronnie's tower and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then warp to the Fort Height West bonfire.
Yep.
And we'll
go into the crater.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and head into the hole. In the hole. In the hole. In the hole. In the bottom.
It reminds me of Family Guy.
All right. Do you remember the episode of Futurama where Farnsworth built the What If machine?
Oh, I don't. I've only watched like bits and pieces of Futurama, and like episodes are hazy to me now.
Yeah, but Farnsworth built a What If machine.
Oh yeah.
And so everybody was allowed to ask like
what if
scenario.
Yeah.
And Fry's was what if life was like a video game, but so it turned everybody into like 8-bit basically.
Oh my god, yeah, but that was hilarious.
And it was really funny. It turned everybody into like 8-bit and stuff, but there's a part where Farnsworth is explaining that he's discovered like a new particle or whatever that proves God doesn't exist and is like the answer to the entire universe and all this shit. And when he's explaining like how he discovered it, he's like, I discovered it on a bump, on a log, on a frog, in a hole in the bottom of the sea. And he's going through that nursery rhyme, like explaining that's how he found it. It's like, it's so fucking stupid, but it's great,
oh wow,
dude.
There's a message here. Oh, it's Blythe. It's a traitor taken care of. Onward to Nokron then. Go on, I'll catch up.
Yes. So, yeah, if you see any messages, they're going to be NPC stuff, so go ahead and read them because they'll probably give you either lore or important directions.
Whoa, this looks fucking nuts.
Just follow me because the fact that we can do this part together is going to make this so much easier for you because I know the path down. So
yeah, this is kind of wild. Not gonna lie.
This is.
We've got floating rocks that are not even like they're just still.
Well, again, gravity magic.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's
yeah, because Radahn was holding back the fucking stars.
Yeah, dude, that scene is still so badass. The fact that he was holding back that many fucking stars just because
he's like no. Yeah. It's like, oh, you want to wish on a shooting star? Fuck your wishes.
No, it's because I think I told you it's because the astronomers that were the
yeah, that's it. Yeah,
before the sorcerers.
Yeah,
they viewed destiny, or they observed the future and destinies by
stars, isn't it?
Watching the stars and
yeah.
looking to the stars. So Marika thought that was blasphemous because she's a bitch.
Yeah.
And Radahn, being a Golden Order fanboy, was like, "Okay, mommy," and then fucking said,
just was,
"Fuck you guys."
Hold my beer.
Yeah, exactly. Hold my beer while I stop Destiny real quick.
Yeah, like it's just it sounds so absurd. It's just like, oh yeah,
it is, but it's George R.R. Martin, so
yeah.
It's going to be absurd.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do you expect? That's why the main bad guy is literally in an ancestral relationship with herself. Like, it's George R.R. Martin writing. What do you fucking expect?
Oh, okay, that's what was shooting at me.
Yeah, be careful because you can absolutely fall off of this stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
these dudes are assholes. But yeah, the like when I first learned about that, the whole like incestual
relationship thing,
that
you're like,
that Marika has with herself, that's basically just her fucking her alter ego. I was like, why? Why is this a thing? What the fuck is? Who wrote this? And then I remembered. Oh yeah, George R.R. Martin.
I thought Game of Thrones was bad.
Exactly. Game of Thrones was bad. Dude, have you seen the the episode of South Park that made fun of Game of Thrones, made fun
No.
of George R. R. Martin. It's really funny because they have him doing like they're making fun of the whole like him promising dragons and then it taking like 9 seasons and still not getting dragons or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's a part where the boys are like at George R. R. Martin's house trying to get him to just like order a pizza or something, and instead of ordering a pizza, he's like going on and on and on talking about dragons and rewriting like the theme song to Game of Thrones, and he won't stop talking about floppy wieners for whatever reason.
Fair enough.
At one point, he goes to rewrite like the Game of Thrones theme song, and it's literally just him with like a choir of naked men singing "Wiener, floppy wiener, flaccid wiener, floppy wiener," but to the theme of Game of Thrones.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It's gloriously stupid.
Yeah.
It is gloriously stupid.
That's stuck in my head. That's stuck in my head now.
Wiener party.
Dun, dun, dun.
Like it's so stupid.
Catchy though.
It's fucking great though, and I'm like, yeah,
That checks out.
that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
It's like, oh, someone's a knight and he has a sister who's in rule. Incest.
Exactly. And then she fucked him.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, what is this?
George R. R. Martin saw one too many of the "Help Me, Step Bro."
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He's like, what will make this scene better? Like you say, George R. Martin just runs in like incest. Like, no, George, calm down.
George, no, sit down. Back to your corner, George. Don't forget to take your meds today.
Yeah. And he's like, but no, it needs. It's like, right,
I
okay.
promise, trust me, hear me out, guys. Hear me out.
This is the one. This is the one.
Before you say no, just hear me out. Incest.
Fuck.
Exactly. It's like, God damn it, here we go again. Oh, this is really funny. It's letting me do the flask level up thing again, but I think it'll just eat all of the sacred tears I have in my inventory again. I mean, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not like I need them because I can't upgrade mine any further.
Ghost Glovewort Picker's Bell Bearing.
Yeah, it basically, that'll help sell flowers for the ashes and stuff. We don't need to deal with these dudes, but we'll use them here. There's like,
Alright.
there's like 2-3 things we need to pick up in this area, and then we can just keep moving.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because these dudes are like everywhere, and they're kind of annoying, but not really worth killing because they don't give you jack shit.
Yeah, that's fair. Larval Tear or Tier?
Yep, that's what you need for respecking at Renola.
Ah.
Yeah,
Ow.
so then if you go here, you can pick all the flowers and shit, and there should be a bunch of...
Great Shield Soldier Ashes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, those dudes are... These guys, literally over here, these guys with the great shields,
Yeah.
they're pretty good. They don't have much health, but they're pretty good because that enemy specifically has infinite poise. Literally, infinite
Oh,
poise.
wow.
So they cannot be staggered.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yep. So I like how they're hitting me with shit, and I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, just like, what? Just go away, you know?
Exactly. Stop it. Stop it.
Ooh, Statue of America, just chilling.
Okay. Now I got one of these bitches.
Oh, hello.
Get out of here.
You got a crescent sword? Ow, ow, ow!
Bitch.
I was nearly dead.
In the face.
Oh, Nox Swordstress Crown. Oh. That's basically...
Here, I might be able to heal us a little bit because, like I said, I do have some heal. It's just
No,
not
it's
anywhere
all good.
near as good as the other one was.
It's all good. Another larval tear.
And a bunch of goop.
Oh. More goop!
And so one of these days I'll explain all the lore behind the silver and everything and all this shit and what we're about to deal with, but it's a lot.
Whoa, look at the fucking sky. Holy shit.
Yeah, we're in Nokrom, the city of night.
Oh. It's like we're in space.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. The people down here worship the stars because of the ceiling of stars that they had in their cave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty cool.
It's pretty
So
cool.
this fight is really, really funny and has an interesting gimmick. I'll let you go in first.
Okay. Oh. I think I recognize the architecture. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's a mimic fight.
You!
It's Dark Link. Wait, what?
Pretty much. And then I just go, hey.
Ow. Ow.
Yeah, you need to keep yourself alive. Also, other you can heal himself, so just keep that in. Yeah, see.
Yeah, like that. Ow. Ow. He's using my powers against me.
What? I kick you, bro. You have like no poise. Because if I'm beating up Silver you, like if I'm beating up Clone you just by kicking, that's bad. Because it means you have like no poise.
I have 54.
Okay, so you're just under the first like important threshold. I think if I remember right, 61, 81, and a 101 are the thresholds for poise.
So is that because I've got like light weapons?
I think it's because of armor, but I mean it's fine. You'll be fine. Like for the most, it's not really going to come into play too much until the DLC, because for the most part, base game, like things are either gonna stagger you or they're not. Like there's not really much you have
in
to
between
worry about in the base game because, well, mainly because we're both here, but
yeah, I'm with you.
But yeah, once we get to DLC stuff, you might want to look into upping your poise a little bit.
Which
wait.
I
I hear the ding dings. Is there? Because it's one I just heard a crystal bug.
Oh yeah, I hit a ding.
Yeah. Look like up on the walls too, because they like to hang from the walls like fucking spider monkeys.
I cannot see. Yeah, I can hear it very faint though.
Oh, it's up ahead. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Hiya!
What? And what is Alan Wake saying?
Oh no. Show me the champion of light.
Hi, QB.
I'll show you the
Alan Wake said,
herald
yo ho,
of
all together,
darkness.
hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pirate talk. What is this? Assassin's Creed Black Flag?
Or just Assassin's Creed, because
Yeah.
you know, they all talk weird like that.
Yeah, I
Hi,
guess.
QB, how you doing?
Actually,
I was just like, why am I hearing Alan Wake all of a sudden?
Mama gave me a
Voice the
magic.
Colors is now in my head because my mom found a video where that was in the background song. Oh god. Like why? Why does that exist?
Oh look. Oh dear.
Huh?
Look at it. Here. You killed Bambi.
I kicked Babby in his dumb fucking face. Now what? What are you gonna do about it? And now I'm desecrating the corpse by kicking it around.
That's it. That's you're past the point of no return now.
Fuck you, PETA. Come at me, bro.
Fuck you, Disney. Is it Disney? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, really. Yeah. I'll say it's kind of hard to keep up with that shit sometimes. Doing good, just sleepy as per usual. Yeah, I feel that, QB. I only got like maybe 5 or maybe 6 hours of sleep last night, so I'm like a little woozy myself, but.
You're not my supervisor. Oh, ad break. Apologies, everybody.
Okay, while you're in ads, we need to come by and light all these torches. See these things? Ow!
Oh.
Fuck, I just punched my goddamn desk.
I thought I had a third.
All of these braziers like this.
Yeah, there was some in that area before we went in, wasn't there? There was these, wasn't there? I remember going.
Yes and no.
Was it down the well?
Nuggets? Oh my god, QB share. Share the chicky nuggies.
Was it down the well? I think we went down the well, and there was like an open area with like.
Yeah. That's a different set.
Yeah, but it was like a similar concept. Yeah.
Different set.
Yeah.
There's 6 of them in this area that we need to find. One of them up by this.
Oh, someone's calling. Oh. What is this? God of War Ragnarok?
You're right. It's the siren zone.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, fuck you! Stop singing.
The concert's closed for tonight. God damn it.
This isn't Led Zeppelin.
I paid for AC/DC.
No, they're dead now. Come over here.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow. Look, look at that goat. He was Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, he's dead.
No, he's dead.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh. Hey, Shadow the Hedgehog's getting revived, man. I'm so.
I know Shadow's gonna be the best Hedgehog because it's fucking Keanu Reeves.
Yeah. I'm so playing the.
I unironically cannot wait for Sonic 3 because of that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so excited for Sonic 3, mainly because of Keanu Reeves. Like, not even just Shadow the Hedgehog, just fucking Keanu Reeves. Like, seeing the bromance between Keanu Reeves and Idris Elba again is gonna be fantastic.
Imagine if he just like, where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald? And I'm like, oh my god, absolute scenes.
Or imagine if he just goes full like Ted. Just the Chaos Emeralds.
Excellent. Do. Starts playing fucking air guitar.
Exactly.
Oh, hello. Ow. Ow. Oh. Oh, he just.
Tearing down the forest, you bitch.
Oh.
Stupid ass
Oh,
dog,
I'm dead.
Foresting. Okay.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Now you get to watch me kung fu fight these wolves. Ah! Everybody wants kung fu fighting.
Exactly. Wake up, Sonic. We got a world to save. This goes full fucking cyberpunk.
Will you stop?
Wake the fuck up, Sonic. Oh, imagine if you like that. I mean, it is in Shadow's nature to probably to swear.
Yeah.
Even
Sonic the Hedgehog is PG-13, so
yeah, it's probably not gonna happen.
probably not. They're probably.
Oh
gonna
wait, am
get
I fat
one-
rolling? Oh shit, I'm fat rolling. Oh, that's probably why I died.
Probably.
Why have I got heavy load?
You dog, I'm kicking you in the damn face.
What made me have heavy load? Nothing's nothing's.
Fuck you! Kick you in the goddamn face, you stupid pooch!
Huh? I'm
You
so.
might say I really screwed the pooch on that one.
Badumts.
I'll go jump off a cliff now.
How?
2 drums and a cymbal roll off a cliff. But it's
So weird, because I'm sure when I put this pumpkin helm on, it said medium load like before.
Did you change up your talismans at all or something?
I put the twin blade one on, but it's only 0.7
That might
weight.
be why you might have taken off one that had like less weight or that gave.
What was
you,
the
like,
jump?
more weight or...
The jump attack one.
The claw talisman.
Yes, same weight.
Huh. Weird. That's really weird.
I'll put.
Did you put something in like your offhand or something, like an extra weapon on or something, maybe?
No. I just looked now. There's everything's unarmed. There's no arrows.
Well, the arrows don't have weight.
Yeah, I know, but like, there's nothing in my. There's only the dual swords I've got, and then I've got the. Oh, weird.
It's odd. Oh well. Do you have the Arsenal charm? I think it is.
The what?
The Arsenal charm. It should be towards the top. It'll look like a sword and then like a bag of swords behind it.
I don't think I do.
Here, come to me.
No. It's fine. I can just put the Malekith helmet back on and it's fine. I can roll fine. It's just for some reason that...
But Jarhead.
I know. I just... Jarhead has to retire for a minute.
Yeah.
Like, did I somehow lose stamina from dying or something? I don't...
You shouldn't have. There we go. That's the one I want. You're the one that I want.
You are the one.
Rats. We are rats. Man. Come at me, rats. Splinter ain't got shit on me, but
Oh my god, it seems like I'm, like, my defense has just fucking shat the bed.
Ow.
Oh, weird.
Oh, look, timer board? Wait, what? Timer board? Huh? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, holy shit, what the hell? Hold on.
What?
Give me 1 sec, I gotta fix something. Yeah, that's really weird. That should merge with that.
I'll just follow the destruction.
If I do... Well, why are you over there?
Okay, the ads are done. I think I got enough runes to level up maybe once or twice, so...
Okay, there we go. Now timer should be fixed. That was really weird. They must have, like, fucked up a spawn or something, or, like, rebooted the servers or some shit. Sorry, what was that, Welshie?
I'm back now. I think I said I got enough runes, I think, to level up, so...
Did you level up, or...?
No, I just checked my runes and I noticed I had enough.
Gotcha, okay. Here, come hither real quick.
Oh, I just lit this flame.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, Arsenal charm.
Yeah. So if you want to have a little extra equip load, that'll give it to you.
Oh yeah, raises from 67 to 77.
Yeah. So that should allow you to put on some slightly beefier armor if you want.
Heads back. Heads back.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, to be honest, the Malekith armor that you've given me is like the heaviest one I have.
It's the best armor you have, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You probably could get some heavier armor now, because since you've beaten Radahn, you can go buy his armor.
Mm-hmm. True.
If you wanted to. Which I recommend buying, like, all the boss armors, because some of them are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And some of them have, like, hidden, latent effects. Like, my armor that I'm wearing now isn't a boss armor, but it has, like, an added effect of each piece makes me deal 3% more damage, but then also take 5 or 8% more damage, something like that.
Ah, so you can deal more, but you can take
damage,
more.
But I also take more damage just from wearing this armor.
Ah, damn.
But I like the way it looks, and I can negate enough of the damage that it doesn't
Yeah.
really bother me.
Yeah. It's like, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I play Fashion Souls, so...
Exactly.
I really like the, like, waist cape, though, that is attached to the think it's the torso one.
Mm-hmm. I will admit, not my finest moment. Not my finest moment. It worked. I'm alive.
Yeah, because I'm standing up here blowing things up with black holes.
You don't need to know that. Oh, okay. I was like, okay, Ben, I'm sorry. Friendly fire, friendly fire.
So I think, actually, we should be, yeah, we can ride our horses around here. What the fuck are we doing still running around?
We have Torrent. Whee.
Well, we had Torrent till this asshole showed up. Fucker. You wanna fucking headbutt me? No, fuck you. This guy's mine. Fuck off. Both of you. Assholes. What you get? Pulling out the pocket check.
No.
You're also invisible on my screen.
I am on a horse, yes.
Yeah, you're invisible.
I just like to not be seen.
No, you're legit, like, fully invisible on that screen. Your health bar is stuttering.
You see, because I...
It's because you're on the horse. That's simple.
Oh, I was gonna say, you could
you're
literally...
on the horse in the mod, and it doesn't like that.
Yeah, it literally, I was gonna say, because you literally jumped on the horse and it was like, yeah, you've disappeared now.
Biero, go home, you're drunk. Tribbles, El Biero has not caught up with the PCG server reboot. That's why. That's why the timer and sprite got fucked up to begin with, is because PCG servers went...
How I gather somewhere in horned remains.
Yeah, come to me.
Okay, come on.
This dumbass. Look at this dude. Dumbass can't even figure out how to get off the pole. God, you just appeared out of thin air on
It's like, ha-ha!
You just literally just poof.
Yeah. I have arrived.
Okay, no, it's fine, Triple.
Hello, Horn
No
Grounds.
pouting. No pouting, Tribbles. So what movie are you watching? Yeah, so we'll do this boss because this is a really cool boss. This is probably one of the most aesthetically pleasing bosses.
Okay. Oh,
I know
I'm in
you
a
were
dark,
excited.
dank cave. A big, dark, dank cave.
It's not that dark anymore.
Oh yeah, I have a lantern too. Yay!
Yeah, go ahead and head in. I gotta apply my buff.
Actually, let me use my rune arc.
Probably won't need it, but I mean, fucking right.
Yeah, fucking. Hello? I'm like, I pressed the button.
You're just rubbing your face on the door.
And I'm like, please let me in. Oh, Regal
Adam
Ancestor
Webb?
Spirit.
Oh god, Tribbles, I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. Yep. A pretty little... This is what happens when Rudolph gets worked too hard.
Just listen to that soundtrack.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
Oh, so good. The soundtrack for this fight is one of the best made.
Yeah, it's really good.
So good. It's such pretty music.
Yeah.
You see that?
Sounds like Nordic.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Well, look, it's all wildlife. Just...
Yeah. You gotta be careful because he kind of sucks that stuff up and heals himself at one point.
Okay. That does so much fucking damage. Ow!
This. See, he sucks health from the wildlife and heals himself.
Jesus. Okay, so you gotta stop him from doing that, right?
Huh?
I assume.
Yeah. Oops. Oh, I don't know that yet. Bruh, stop running away up there. You little bitch.
Oh. Okay. He's reanimating. Whoa! Oh, shit. Oh. Oh.
Don't you dare.
I mean, we stopped him healing for the most part. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh my god, he keeps jumping away before I can cast. It's here again.
Over there. Run! Nice. Ooh.
Thorns, bitch.
Remembrance of the Regal Ancestor.
Oh god, I love that song so much.
Yeah, that was really good. Really added the boss
Anyways,
fight.
That's one of the best songs on the soundtrack for the base game. It is hands down one of the best songs. But yeah, so now you've got the remembrance. We can touch this little light thing over here and it'll warp us back, but we got the bonfire we wanted to earlier. So
Right.
we can go get that. We can warp back to that bonfire and go basically down the other path to get you one of the most important items in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So what bonfire was that? The Ancestral Woods. We'll go ahead and warp to that one. Because that puts us right where we need to be.
Gotcha.
Unknown has warped to Ancestral Woods. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's thrown the game in for a bit of a spit because I died. I just got a funny feeling. Like the game just doesn't...
Again, the mod is a beta, so like
Yeah.
it's going to have problems. And speaking of problems, you're not gonna like what we have to do now.
Oh no. Not running and jumping. My worst
There's
pastime.
a lot of parkour down here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
A lot of very narrow ledge.
Oh,
parkour.
come on. Why?
Be careful, don't run too much.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh!
I just started, and then saw you start to fall.
Oh, I did the old backstep jump again.
Yeah. Quit pushing B. You don't need to touch your B button at all.
I know. I'm like scared. I'm like, I don't want to like run and fall off and then just not. Yeah, I'm just being stupid. Oh god, I didn't think I was gonna make that jump.
Ouch!
Why are they red? Is that because they're summons?
No, they're silver tears that are taking the form of people.
Oh, right.
Again, there's lore explanations for all of this shit. It's
Okay.
it's a lot. So if you want, I can explain it to you, or we can just keep playing the game for the next 3 hours.
Fair. That's fair.
It takes. I mean, hell, even the video that Vati did on the lore for this place alone, like it was an hour and 10 minutes or something, I think.
Jesus.
So
That's a lore, huh?
yeah, there's a lot of lore for this place. I hear you back here, you bug.
Black wet blade?
Yeah, so the wet blades are what you use to add different ashes of war to your weapons.
Ooh, this.
But this is where you're going. So,
Oh, it's Stone Sword Key.
yeah. Do you want to use one of yours, or do you?
I will use mine.
I want to say because I have 51 of them. So
I will use mine. It's all good. Hello.
Pouch.
All right, in the kisser.
Yeah. Slapped her right in the titties.
Yeah.
Over the box.
Oh. Mimic Tear Ashes. Oh.
So now you can summon.
I can summon a mimic. Oh, that's fucking. Let's go.
So the funny thing is, go ahead and equip it real quick, and equip it either on your like X button hotbar or like somewhere on your pouch or something, so you can use it easily.
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, top off health because it uses a chunk of health to summon the mimic tier specifically. Ooh, good luck on the luxury button. But yeah, go ahead and summon your mimic.
How do I? It's equipment, isn't it?
No, it's a usable item. So if you go under equipment down to where your flasks are on one of those spots, you should be able to then.
Oh, mimic Tear Ashes. There you go.
And just set the mimic Tear Ashes there.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh my god, it nearly killed me.
Yeah, it hurts a lot to summon, but it's worth it if your build is good because it summons another you.
Yeah, that's true. So we got 4 of us
no,
now.
That's not you. I think you summoned the wrong one.
No, what? That's me.
Wait, no.
That is me.
On my screen, it shows like some red. Here, look at my stream real quick.
Yeah, look at my stream. My character's fine. Your character's not you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's doing the same thing to you that it's doing to me. Your character on my screen is just like some dude.
Yeah, it's like generic Knight C.
Yeah, it's like Jim, The Office or some shit.
Yeah, that's literally what's happened.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you see it too. All right. Well, yeah. So now we have our mimics. Yours is going to be severely under-leveled, but I recommend leveling this thing up ASAP because holy shit, the mimic tier is busted.
How do I upgrade the mimic tier?
So you remember that chick that we met back at Stormvale, Rodrika, that I had you do the like back and forth talking with her and Hugh at Round Table?
Oh yeah, she does the
she's the one that upgrades your spirit ashes. So you talk to her and have her upgrade the mimic tier. Yeah, you should be good.
Okay, cool. Good enough.
Yeah. Ball.
Orb.
Oh,
do you know what I watched? I watched the other day. It was
mimics kick ass on their own.
I was watching GDQ for this year. There was a Summer Games Fest. Like a Games Done Quick. It's like speedrunning event thing.
Yeah.
And there was one, and I think it was baseball, but it was like on the SNES or something. And it wasn't a person; it was a dog. And it was the fucking... I kid you not. They made a controller for a dog, and he won the game. It was insane.
They made a controller for a dog to play baseball?
Yes. And he and he won a game in 30 minutes. He won the game first try in overtime. It was like absolutely
clearly they had to teach that dog how to do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was 2 people, like 2 actual like speedrunners that like taught the dog.
Jesus Christ.
It was like the most... It was so good. Like, it was so awesome to watch.
So stupid.
Oh, yeah. It's like...
Yeah, we could be bettering humanity. Now we're going to teach the dog to play baseball. We're going to teach a dog to play baseball because America.
But it was one of those ones. It was just like, ah, that's cool. That's cute.
I mean, yeah, it's cute and all, but it's like, why?
Yeah. Also that.
Why?
Also
Why would you spend the time it takes to teach a dog to play fucking baseball?
Because why not? Wait, is that Mimix died? Oh, Mimix died.
No, when you rest, they disappear.
Ah, right.
I like this one. Let's go Zweihander. This is my kind of dude.
Zweihander.
Yeah. I told you I have a real Zweihander.
Yes, you did. You did. Soft cotton. Ooh. Nice.
Make a pillow.
Yeah. I can land comfortably on after falling from great heights. Whoa! Oh! 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 Oh!
Yeah, you okay there?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just surveying what I just witnessed. That's all.
No, he's dead.
I didn't expect that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh, look at the pool.
yeah, don't touch the portal yet. What we're here for,
Mm-hmm.
right here.
Big chest.
Da, 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 da.
Finger Slayer blade
Yes.
and
So
a great ghost glove wood.
Yes, so that goes back to Ronnie. You gotta give the Finger Slayer blade to Ronnie.
Right. We gotta like fast travel
Now-
out here then, I'm guessing.
Huh?
I guess we gotta fast travel out here then or something.
Yes, let's go. We'll fast travel back to Ronnie's Rise. Just warp straight to Ronnie's Rise.
Okay. What the fuck do I... Oh, show above ground, that's it. Ronnie's Rise was somewhere, I can't remember.
Northwest. If like as northwest as you.
Oh, that's it, yeah. Got it. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Actually, this will give me a chance to level up as well. Level up. Oh, I have a lot of souls. You can't level up your poise. That's interesting. Strength and dexterity is 28 now. Endurance 24. Yeah, we'll pump up stamina up a bit and maximum load. Why not? Oh, golden rune. Bing. Oh my gosh, shit. All that. Bing. I wonder if I can upgrade my weapons at all.
Listen
I
to the
can.
story.
With a 12-month resale, dude.
This may be our last chance.
So much.
Nick_Squirrel just subscribed. Dad joke.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the steps because it's been a while since I've done this quest. So we've got a little bit more to do here.
All good, all good.
Quest. We can either pretty much just go crank out everything we need to do for Ronnie's quest right now, or we can continue down the like main story path a little bit, because as it looks, once we give her the Finger Slayer blade, we shouldn't get locked out of Ronnie's quest at any point, unless we go beat all the stuff in the capital after burning the Erd Tree. So like we can pretty much do, once we give her the knife here in a minute, or in a second I should say, since we're already here, we can pretty much do the rest of her quest whenever the hell you want.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. We'll do this and then we can go off and do other stuff and then come back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just leveled up some stuff.
Yeah.
So my endurance is now 26.
Nice.
Wait.
Nice.
Huh? Oh, is it because of the rune arc? Maybe.
What?
My stats are like more than.
Oh, that could be why you were at medium load before, because your rune arc applies Godric's rune, which gives you +5 to all your stats. So that's probably why. When you died, you lost the rune arc and thus lost that +5 cushion.
Which
So
would.
that's probably why.
Why? Yeah,
you
that makes so much
got
sense now.
Fat,
Yeah.
For lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah, that makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
So whenever you're ready, I am up the stairs, waiting on the elevator for you.
Okay, doke. Yeah, I just.
Actually, I'm gonna run to the kitchen real quick and grab some more tea. I'll be right back. Just go ahead and ride the elevator up, and then go talk to Ronnie and give her the knife.
Okay, got it. Oh, I hope that worked. Oh, I appreciate it, Lycan. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
And make sure you exhaust all of her dialogue as well.
Yes, I will. Don't worry. Have you heard the story about the magic tractor? It drove down the road and turned into a field. Amazing. Why do bananas have to put on sunscreen before they go to the beach? Because they might peel. So true. Just so true. So true. So true. No worries, Jax. No worries. It was thee.
It was thee.
Hello, Ronnie, with like 6 arms.
Even in my slumber I sensed it.
Did you?
It is in thy possession, is it not?
All the better to jerk you off with. I mean, what?
My thanks. Finally all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my
Damn, you got that tea quick, huh?
Yeah, I just had to walk out of the kitchen.
Oh, a carrion inverted statue.
Yes, so that's the thing for the next step in the quest, basically.
What is it?
Okay.
You may go.
What is it you may go?
I'm to depart on a journey.
Yeah, so she's gonna say she's saying that she's gonna depart on a dark journey.
Yeah, only I may tread.
Basically,
What
this
is it?
form of
too
her
am
is
to
gonna go to
depart on a
sleep.
journey
Yeah.
upon the dark path.
Faye's hitting me with a hammer.
Oh, bonk bonk.
Bang! Bang! Come on now, I couldn't resist.
I mean, when an opportunity presents itself, you just gotta grab it.
Exactly.
You gotta grab it with.
Well, she gets it. When an opportunity presents itself,
You gotta grab it with multiple arms. Wait, what?
you gotta grab it by the balls.
You gotta grab it and twist it. Wait, I mean,
She's fucking texting me. She's like, "Hey, no bad."
what's that? I just open up your stream. And it's like you've been banned from.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah.
So we're about to not have a house anymore to move into.
Like, it's like a, like just like planks of wood.
You say shit like that anyways, man.
Is it alright if I go to Round Table Hold real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I haven't been there a little bit, so I'm just checking to see because I know I picked up a load of stuff.
Nice. It looks like a nice quality of life improvement they've made is they tell you where other players warp to. It
Yes,
flashes
that
up
is.
quick. So
Yeah.
if you're in a menu, I imagine you miss it. But
Yeah, but
if you're not
yeah.
in a menu, it tells you like where other people go, which is nice. I like that.
Ah, spirit tuning. Okay, yeah, I can upgrade the Mimic Tier Ashes +1.
Yes, upgrade the Mimic tier all the way.
I only had one Ghost Glove Wart, so I need one Ghost Glove Wart 2. I don't have any, and I don't have any 2s.
So we'll have to go through and track down all the Ghost
Glove Wart stuff.
like bell bearings then, so that we can get you those.
Cool. Let me strengthen. Oh, I can strengthen one of my swords. Which one? Probably. Oh, now then. Probably the Rotten Crystal one. Yeah, why not? Can I upgrade anything else? Actually, while I'm here, I can upgrade the Guts' greatsword. I can upgrade the Flame Mace, Monk's Flame Mace. No. Okay, so I got a +5 Monk's Flame Mace, which is a blunt or strike weapon. Oh yeah, I got the Sword of Night and Flame. But then I need Faith and Intelligence, which I don't really have.
Like I said, they nerfed that thing into the ground.
Yeah, I need Somber Smithing Stones for the Troll Knight Sword and the Grafted Blade Greatsword. Oath of Vengeance. It's like the special thing you get with it. Fuck, it's 40 strength. I don't even use it anyway.
For what?
The Grafted Blade Greatsword.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a strength weapon.
Yeah, that's big boy. Big strong boy. Okay. So that's that done. So I've upgraded one of my swords and upgraded the Mimic Tear or Tear. Is there anything else I can do while I'm here, or off the top of my head?
Not sure.
Oh, where's the merchants? Oh wait, is it worth going to like the finger reader? Because I got all those, like I got Radahn's stuff and things.
You can if you want. You can see if there's anything cool like that stands out to you. Radahn's turns into a bow or a set of paired swords, which the paired swords are kind of fun to play around with. They're not great weapons, really. Like they're okay, but they're not great.
Why is the finger? Why is that the finger reader at the back? In like a church?
So in the room with the two fingers, yes.
Yes, she's floating, and I can't really talk to her. I can touch the two fingers, which sounds very, very lewd, but
Okay.
just touch the two fingers, and I'm like, ooh. But yeah, she float.
Oh god, she is levitating. What the fuck?
I can't talk to her.
Hey, you can jump
Oh, I
up
can-
here and talk to her. I don't know why, but yeah, if you jump up here, you can talk to her.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's definitely a bug.
It's not a bug; it's a feature.
Yeah.
That is really weird.
Oh, it's the right to become Elden Lord. Oh, I got a rapture emote.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you touch the two fingers, you get rapture.
Ooh. Oh, it could have been worse. It could have been called ecstasy. I got a talisman pouch.
Yeah, so now you should have another.
Oh,
There's
really?
like
That was just
3 of
fucking
them.
sitting there? Oh, fuck me. Okay.
You have 3 or 4 of those.
I have 3 now. Okay, so I can use the Twin Blade one.
Yeah.
So I got Twin Blade, Gold Scarab, and Arsenal Charm.
I would take off Gold Scarab and maybe put on the damage one. The other damage one that you had.
Oh, the jump one, was it?
Yeah.
Jump attack. So I got Receive Power from Remembrance or Receive Equipment of Champions. And then it asks about Queen Marika. I'm guessing they just give you like the list of items you can get. Right?
What? Sorry.
On the finger reader, it says Receive Power from Remembrance or Receive Equipment of Champions.
So receive equipment of champions is where you go to buy the armor sets.
Yeah.
Receive power from remembrance is where you turn the remembrances into like weapons and.
Here we go. So yes, we got Queen Crescent's crown, we got Radahn's spear, Radahn's gauntlets and helmets and stuff. Fuck, it's expensive. Jesus Christ. 8k, 12,000, 8,000, 8,000. It's like 36,000.
Yeah, the armor is a bit pricey, but again, it's usually pretty decent armor.
17.5 weight for the chest piece. I think it is. If I grabbed those, it would be like my most heaviest gift.
I wouldn't worry too much about it like right now. Just make sure that you buy them before the game is
Deals.
over.
Yeah.
And if you really need want to get the armors sooner rather than later, then I'll show you where the soul farming spot is. That's like the go-to farming spot.
Oh wow! I can the remembrance of the. I got 4 remembrances to make like weapons.
Yeah.
There's the one with there's the reindeer, the one that we just fought. Regal Ancestor. You can it says you can receive a winged great horn, which looks like a massive 2-handed axe of sorts. Yeah, it's a great axe. Or I get an ancestral spirit's horn, which is a talisman. Stores FP upon defeating enemies.
That's up to you. The talisman might be a bit more useful because the axe isn't that great of a weapon, but the axe is kind of a funny weapon if you wanted to just have like a funny weapon to fuck around with at some point.
Oh yeah, and then
I would say probably the talisman. The talisman is probably the better one to take first.
Yeah.
But
that's I'm not going to grab anything because like FP is not really something that's on my mind right now anyway. So it's just there.
So yeah, focus focus is what you use for like your weapon arts and your spells and shit. So
Mhm.
like if you ever need to use weapon
Mhm.
arts or spells,
Yeah, then that's
where
good to
focus
have. Yeah.
comes from. So it is a handy one to have for that.
Yeah.
But,
So for Godric the Grafted, I can get an axe, or I can get a grafted dragon fist.
do not take the dragon. The dragon is fucking horrible. Everybody's like, oh, I have a dragon. No, it's fucking awful. It's god awful.
Fair enough. And then Renala, we've got the full moon spell.
Yeah, which
And
is
then
a really good sorcery.
Yeah, and 70 intelligence you need for that. And then Carrion Regal Scepter.
So the scepter is a sorcery catalyst, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I would take the spell for now, just so that if you decide you want to use intelligence, you have a spell. Because if you want to dabble in sorceries, there are better sorcery catalysts that we'll be getting rather soon, actually.
Yeah, and then looking at Radahn's, there's the great sword and there's the bow.
Yeah, so that's, again, the great swords are kind of fun to fuck around with, but not great weapons, and then the bow is a bow, so it's not really worth a damn.
Pretty much.
If you want, like, a ranged weapon. What the fuck? Theo was, like, face down under the bed. What the shit is happening to the NPCs?
Okay. Actually, you know what?
She's
I'll take that.
above the bed,
I'll take that Ancestral Spirits one for now. I'm
floating.
Do I see
Hold
what?
on. Come look.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm running. Where are you?
Over by Hugh, in the room right behind Hugh.
Oh, right. Okay, another one. Yeah. I'm coming. Oh.
Look at I'm floating with her.
Oh. This is magical.
I am a lizard, the berry.
Yeah, this
is fantastic. Perfect
this is
in every way.
Fine. I'm totally not going to clip that. A knife print clue. Ooh.
Yeah, this is for Fia's quest. I'm just kind of exhausting her dialogue. I'm not actually like, I don't think we should go through with it. Her quest is one, though. I was saying this yesterday or the day before. I do want to go through at one point and do her quest on stream because her ending is actually really, really good. It's really cool as well.
I do have, I suppose I'll ask Master.
My character walks away when I tell her, yes, you can hold me.
Hold me.
And then if you do it again, it like teleports you up there.
Yep. Aw, that's nice.
Again, this just reminds me of an episode of Futurama where Farnsworth built a time machine and he found out that every like 100 bajillion years or whatever, the universe like fizzles out and then big bangs and starts over again, but it's the same. It runs the same cycle through the universe. So
Fair.
Whatchamacallit, it's funny though because they accidentally overshoot their own time, so they have to like run through the universe again, and they do it like 6 times because for whatever reason, Bender and Fry keep fucking things up and they keep overshooting their own time. So they have to like watch the death of the universe and the birth of the universe like 6 different times. And when they finally stop at the right time, they stop in a universe that's like 10 feet lower than the one they started in. So when they start the time, like when they stop, the time machine's just levitating above where they started and then lands on themselves in that universe, in that iteration of the universe. It's like, wow, that closes all the paradoxes.
Woohoo!
It's like such bullshit, but it's great. It's fucking funny. I miss that show so much, man. It was such like perfectly stupid humor. Like all the memes that came out as well from it.
Yeah.
When Resident Evil Village came out, and all the memes about like Ethan losing his hands were of Fry with his hands cut off in Futurama.
Shut up and take my buddy. All right. Yeah, I'm all good now.
Okay, cool.
All right, so where are we going?
Ow. Okay. You just came out of the bonfire and saw a chair explode under your feet.
I literally pressed rest and just went. Like, okay.
You rested so hard that you roasted the chair.
Man, it's old. That chair's old now.
Okay, so where do we want to go? Probably to the Sorcerer's Isle bonfire. So if you look back by like where Caria Manor and stuff is, you'll see there's the King's Realm ruins by where like Iji is. There should be a bonfire just south of that.
Oh, Sorcerer's Isle. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
We'll start at Sorcerer's Isle, and then pretty much you're just gonna follow me, because trying to explain the path that we're taking is gonna be a little annoying.
Sounds good. First though, wait, why can't I rest?
So Wuwa made a massive power range difference. What happened, QB? What was that, Welshing?
Right, I had to wait for you to load in to rest.
Oh, okay.
I just need to pop to the toilet really quickly, so I will.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll be 2 seconds.
Go for it. Grab a slight snack myself, so I will be right.
Also L plus ratio plus didn't ask plus cringe equals plus FF2 is the best FF.
Activating combat out of the way.
Nice. Trying to do with a sniper rifle. I suppose if it hits and you can get enough shots off, it does help them. But... And there is the boss kettle. Oh shit! I forgot that. That was a gap. That was a gap. My bad.
Part 1 so big and so detailed, unless they made like 3 discs or whatever many discs they did for each part, and then you played them, then I get that. But yeah, but we will be streaming Final Fantasy VII Remake when it comes on PS5. It was so big. That's what she said. God damn it.
They just don't care. Oh, I was like, I'm not gonna make that jump. I was like, I'm not gonna make it. I'm sorry. What? I was just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna. Stop, grab, no. Oh my god, how did I survive? I'm just getting pumped around. Oh my god. Could somebody clip that? Jesus. Holy moly. Okay.
Whether I'm actually going to do this is another question. But here goes. If there's possible... Hang on. It's only a murder of crows if there's probable cause. I'm guessing I'm guessing a lot of crows is called a cause. Oh, crows they core. Of course they do. Why did I make that so complicated?
I'm
I feel like I need to fall down here.
hit. Quick. Yeah. Right. Woo! First try, let's go.
God damn it! What is going on?
Oh no.
Gotta get down there.
Run, bitch, run! Oof, yeah, that was yeah, that's the third time they tried playing chess, Pierce and Oleg, and they can never finish it. One day, maybe. One day.
Please answer our questionnaire and we'll... Message 10.
Damn, well, the whole squad. You did. You did.
Message 11.
You've still got the package over there in the store, right? Worst case, the deal's still on, even if you ain't open for business.
Package. Ooh. Spooky. Jesus.
Come on,
Okay, we gotta do a triangle jump now,
we may be able to use triangle jump.
Yep. Just like that, you mean? And now we've lost all our levels. Everything's just fucking hunky-dory.
Oh, hello. I'll take that. Bug infestation! Oh, was that an orbital strike? Oh!
Squad lost. Deploying replacement squad. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Use the orrery to open the entrance to Katesh.
This is extraordinary.
No. No, that wasn't right. Wrong. I played the shit out of Fable 2 and 3.
I don't want to miss out on the hunt. Jesus, you're insatiable. Hey.
That's gotta be a clip. That's easy for Snake Welsh. True, but I am not good at representing Snake. So, there's that. Naked Cartwheels brought to you by... I get that reference now. Because I've actually played Metal Gear Solid 2, I'm like, yes, I know what you mean. And I can't get out of it, it seems. Okay.
There's no, like, restart, is there? I have to try and get out. Oh, I nearly got out then. I thought I got out for a second.
They go out, but I'm dummy. And the clip of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards. Oh God.
Cool, that's a security pass. We need those to get through city checkpoints.
That worked out. I have a problem with eating what's in front of me. That's why I lost my job as a gynecologist. Oh, Vector, are you okay?
Lackluster performance, I'd say.
Can I get a clip of that, please? If not, I can do it.
This is important.
This doesn't look good. Well, hi.
Did it just jump into Back.
Welcome back. I was just waiting to see if this walking mausoleum would be over here
All right.
by the time you got back, but it apparently just decided to stop fucking moving, so I guess not.
Fair enough.
It's the most annoying walking mausoleum to deal with in the game because you have to wait for it to take its sweet ass time. I mean, forever. It's like fucking 15, 20 minutes for it to just walk over to a goddamn ledge, and then you have to jump from the ledge onto the top of the stupid mausoleum and hope that you make it, because if you slip at all, you just fall and die.
Lovely.
Fucking annoying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not lovely, but you know.
Yeah. But I figured since I was waiting for you and had the time to kill anyways, might as well try it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, it just stopped moving for a reason, so.
Probably part of the mod or something.
Might be. We've seen that the NPCs clearly don't like the mod that much.
Yes. Yes. Ooh, okay.
Pause for a second by this bonfire here.
Yeah.
Check your inventory and see if you have the Hallandry medallion. I think I took you over to get that, but I honestly don't remember.
The what one?
The Hallandry medallion. It should be under, I believe, key items.
The key items. Okay, so it's not equipment.
I think it's under key items. I don't remember. Yes, it'll be called the Hallandry Secret Medallion. It'll only be half of the medallion.
Oh yeah, Hallandry Secret Medallion, right.
Yes, good. Okay, so since you have that,
Mm-hmm.
excuse me. That is It is good because we'll need the other half of that to get to Millennia eventually, but also essentially to get to Moog, because since you won't be able to do the invasion thing for Moog.
Yeah.
Do I? Wait a
Oh,
minute.
did she come back in his hands?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hang out by this bonfire for a second. I want to see if this works.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll sit here.
If this works, this is stupid.
Oh.
Oh my god. Does this work?
Oh.
Tell me this. Oh my god, it works! Okay, so what I did, because I did the quest to get to Moog early on this playthrough, so I have the item that just brings you here to Moog.
Oh.
Because of the mod, it let me bring the item into your game and just use it.
Oh, so we just skipped a whole bunch of shit.
We just skipped the entirety of going to get to Moog, basically, because it let me use this fucking item.
It's fucking amazing.
This is fucking funny. We just skipped like half the goddamn game.
Well, there we go. There we go, folks.
Oh, hey, well, maybe we'll see the DLC sooner rather than later.
Woo!
God, that's fucking funny. Oh,
That is hilarious. Oh.
Oh,
Oh, they explode.
I'm dying. I needed a good party laugh like that, though.
Yes, you did. Ow. Blood loss.
Yeah. So as you can see, everything in this area is all about blood. So.
Yeah, it looks it.
That dude just walked off a cliff. Here, back up real quick. I got this.
Ow. Thank you. Unchain boluses. Oh, I'm guessing that stops me, prevents like blood loss.
Yeah, it stops blood loss or something like that.
Yeah.
This dude.
Oh, stone sword key. Nice.
Nice. Get the one back you just used. So that's cool.
Yes. Welcome back from the everybody. We just jumped to Moogland.
Yeah, we basically just jumped to 3/4 of the way through the game.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's hilarious. I didn't even like put that connection together.
Yeah, you're like,
head,
hang on a minute.
This might work. I just saw the item in my inventory. I was like, wait a minute.
Wait a second.
That shouldn't be here in your game. Why is that still there?
I suppose it thinks that you're just playing as your character.
Yeah, exactly. It literally just like combines our games.
Yeah.
So I need to stop forgetting that. The merchant, by the way, you can talk to him, buy shit if you need to. He's got this merchant is actually a really good one. He's got rune arcs, lost ashes of war, and stone sword keys. I recommend buying all of them.
Right. Okay. I can buy a rune arc. Hello, rune arc.
If you need more runes, or you might have some rune items that you can use, maybe. Or sell, I guess, because you're in the vendor, you should be able to sell it.
Yeah. And let me talk to him again.
Oh, is there anything?
Nothing wrong, dude. I'm just checking what I need if I got anything to sell. Oh, I got a Newman's rune, which is 12,500 runes. Nice.
Yeah.
I can sell all these finger remedies. That's 580. No, I'll keep them just in case.
Yeah, you can sell the finger remedies because you literally won't need them anymore.
No.
Because since you've moved... Now, did you copy the save over to Seamless Co-op, or did you completely move the entire save file?
I copied.
Okay, you made a copy of it and renamed it like it said in the video?
Yep.
Okay, good. So, because it's a lot harder to go from seamless co-op back to normal versus from vanilla to seamless
Yeah.
co-op. So,
Gotcha.
but I'm gonna check and see if I need this. I do need this. Great ball. Yeah, you can sell the for recalling finger remedies because you won't be needing them at all in seamless co-op. So.
Yeah, that's true. I'll could sell the throwing knives as well, I suppose.
I would keep throwing knives just in case you need like something to throw at an enemy or something that's out of reach. Like you'll notice a lot in the DLC, especially that there are like floating.
I see.
What you call it, bugs, and
Yeah.
you'll need to throw something at them or shoot them with something to get them down. So
Right.
Those throwing knives and stuff like that are good to just have for stuff like that, like to draw aggro from something from far away. If you need to like pull a specific enemy out of a group, or you know, things like getting those bugs to come down, kind of stuff like that.
Oh shit!
My punch hits harder than your stab.
You punched something and it knocked me out of a menu, and I was like, oh. I was like, what's going on?
It knocked you out of a menu?
Yeah, I was like doing item crafting, and then you like punched something, and it just like knocked me straight out of the menu.
The enemy got close enough because the item crafting and map menus disable when you're in combat.
Ooh, Lord's Rune. Nice.
Yes, so that's 50,000 if you wanted, if you need to use that for anything. I would recommend using that to level up though.
Yeah, I can. That's like a level up, pretty much.
Yeah, like 1.5 maybe, right?
Yeah, ish, something like that. Oh wait.
Okay.
Ow. Roll.
Shitload of hell.
Yeah, and I say I was doing next to no damage.
Why is the scaling so high in this place? And I think it's something to do with the mod, but I don't know.
Oh, I got a Ghost Glove Work 9. I needed a 2.
I'll at some point I'll look up where we go to find.
Yeah, that's all good. That's all
things
good.
you need for that.
Just letting you know, that's all.
Grass. Go ahead and rest, get your health and stuff back.
Yeah, true. Good shit. Okay. Good to go.
I can see through your helmet when I pan the camera around, and it's disturbing.
You love it, really.
No.
Do you not approve the glory of that is Lord Erectus?
No.
No.
I prefer my friend Turds' version of Ganondorf that he has aptly named Danengorf.
Shit. Why do these look like enemies from like Nier Automata? Like that.
Huh?
These kind of look similar to like robot enemies from like the Nier games. Someone's throwing things. Oh. Ow.
And he's dead.
He did. Blood Rose. Ah. That was it? Oh, wait, it's chest here.
This is why we're here.
Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone.
Now that is used to level a special weapon like your Rotten
Swords.
Sword or whatever
Yeah.
up maximum. That's the final upgrade. Stone.
Oh, nice.
There's only a set amount of those in each playthrough, so pretty much just one of those like use them wisely kind of deal.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Because you get it from +9 to +10. So. But all right, now
See.
that we're done with that, rested all of that and stuff, let's go beat up Blood Dad.
Okay. And that's what causes the DLC to start, isn't it?
Yes, since we've beaten Radon. Well, it doesn't cause the DLC to start, it just opens the DLC.
Opens, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant, sorry.
No, you're fine. But, yeah, since we've beaten Radon, we just need to beat Moog up here, and then we can enter the DLC if you wanted to.
Ooh.
So you can see all the fancy new toys, fancy new scary enemies.
Yay! That I can get one shot by all that stuff.
Go ahead and apply buffs before we go in there. Excuse me. Alright, and then...
Should I do that as well?
I would not, because yours is not leveled up like mine is.
Okay, fair enough.
But this is a good cutscene too. Watch this.
Okay. Moog. Oh, look, it's like a cracked open egg.
It's a cocoon, actually.
Oh, yeah, cocoon.
Well, I'm saying it's a cocoon specifically because you'll
see
that
why.
is actually important to like the story of Mikola and the DLC and everything. The fact that he's cocooned himself.
Blood. That's not the blood. It's his veins. Probably.
It's
It's something.
yeah, just watch, you'll see.
Oh boy. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Dearest Mikola.
Oh, that's Mikola. Okay.
The one in the cocoon is, yes.
Huh.
You must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he's friendly.
He's pretty cool looking though.
Yes. The Lord of Blood. Ooh.
Yes. I
Oh.
completely forgot to set up my physic flask for this. Oops.
Whoa, he's got a long reach.
He's got really long sweeping swipes, so like
Yeah. I'm aware. Oh, fucking hell, your mimic's just going popping off.
yeah, my mimic is dropping to the ground.
But that stagger.
And he's dead.
And he's dead. Nice.
We single phased him because you see
Woo!
those little rings around us, that little red tutu we got?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically the gimmick of the Moog fight is during the fight he chants like unus duo and then whatever. He counts to 3 in Latin.
Right.
And every count he does, he applies one of those rings.
Right.
And then when he enters phase 2, he chants Nihil 3 times, and for every ring around you, he sucks out some of your health and heals himself.
Oh.
It's not.
So that's like the gimmick. So like you're basically.
Yes. The gimmick is that there is a specific crystal tier for the flask of physic that just nullifies that.
Nullifies that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it makes it so it doesn't deal damage to you. It's still like
Still there.
heals him a little bit, but it doesn't do damage to you.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. So. All right, but yeah. So that was Moog.
Nice.
We'll at one point we'll go, or at some point we'll go actually get you the flask thing you need for that, so you can properly do that fight. It's just because of the fact that I forgot to put it in mind, that fight was going to be miserable had I not just melted him before facing
Yeah, no,
him.
that's fair.
So that's like, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this.
Oh wait, who are you?
This is Letta. She's the DLC introduction, basically.
Oh.
Talk to her.
Were you guided here by kindly Mikola? I am Letta.
Probably.
And like you, I was guided by faith along his honorable path.
Oh.
Touch the withered arm, and you too will be
What?
transported to the realm of shadow where Mikola the Kind now dwells.
Oh wait, no. Mikola is
Like us,
Mikola is Millennia's
Melania's brother. Yes, sorry.
the one
I
cursed with eternal youth,
Yes.
who was cocooned in the Halig tree that Millennia resides in.
Yes.
But then Moog, enchanted by Mikola, came and stole Mikola's cocoon away and hid it here
Right.
in an attempt to feed it blood in order for him to ascend to godhood, and Moog
Right.
would be then his lord.
Yeah.
However, it was all part of Mikola's plan,
Ah.
which you'll learn over the course of the DLC. So, but yeah, go ahead and exhaust her dialogue, get all the information you want from her.
Touch the withered arm, and
To the arm and travel to the realm of shadow. Okay.
I will not be far behind.
So, and then whenever you're ready, just touch the hand.
Okay, well, here we go then, I guess. We are DLC bound. I guess. Let's try it, see what happens. And if I cry too much, then we'll go back. Okay. I just realized how many runes I have. And it was quite a lot.
We should, sit at a bonfire.
Yeah, I was like, I probably should have rested.
Thankfully, there's a bonfire before you actually get into anything important out here.
Whoa. Holy shit.
Where are you?
Gravesite Plain?
Oh, you went out the cave. I was still loading in. So I was like, what the fuck? Where are you that you're like, whoa, when I don't see you. But yes.
Holy
Just
shit.
look at that fucking skybox. Tell me
Yeah,
that
that tree and like the whole like everything's like being drawn to it is fucking wild.
It's the Veil of Shadow. It's not things being drawn to it. It's literally the Veil of Shadow. It's
Wow.
the Shadow tree.
So you got the there's the Shadow Tree and then there's the Elden Ring Erd Tree. Gotcha.
So the Erd tree was created when Marika performed her blasphemous act here in the realm of Shadow.
Right.
And basically created the divine gate that led her to the lands between.
Ah, okay.
She created the Erd tree and thus cast the Shadow tree into shadow of the Erd tree.
Right. Hence the name of the DLC.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. Okay, well I've gone from level 68 to 81.
You're 81?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got 30 strength, 30 dexterity. I've rounded off my faith in arcane to 10. Just for now. And my vigor's now 29.
Okay, cool.
I haven't touched endurance, but that'll probably be the next thing I'll touch.
Yeah. Here.
Oh. Oh. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a little bump because I didn't realize you were still that low.
Okay. Oh wait, I got that Lord thing rune I haven't used yet. Huh.
Go ahead and pick up all those, and I've got a few more here for you that are the Shadow Realm runes as well.
We'll send you to the Shadow Realm. It's quite literally.
Yeah. I have brought you willingly into the Shadow Realm.
Thank you.
So go ahead and
Oh, like
take
it's
all those.
it's like different
Use all those.
background.
I don't know how many souls it's going to give you, but hopefully it gives you enough for a decent level. I'm trying to get you to basically about 100. So
Okay.
let me know where you're at after that. I don't think it'll get you that high, but we shouldn't have
Too far away.
trouble getting you there.
Yeah, it should be alright.
Things in the Shadow Realm give you a shitload of runes.
Runes. Okay.
So
Yeah. Using all these. Don't mind me. Bonk. A Porygon 2? Ooh.
yeah. Porygon, by the way?
No, I have absolutely no idea.
So the guy who designed Porygon was trying to make a Pokemon basically based off of just like rudimentary polygons.
Right.
But he accidentally misspelled polygon, so he just ran with it. Yeah.
Don't know why I did that.
Yep. So yeah, he ran with it and was like, all right, whatever, fuck it, it's Porygon.
Porygon, fuck it, why not?
Uh-huh.
Just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
I guess he misspelled polygon. But
I mean, I've noticed some of the Pokemon names are literally.
So, like, that's why Porygon is so like square and stuff, though, is because it was literally made off of like the old school like triangles, polygons trick from 3D modeling back when like 3D modeling was a thing.
Okay, well, I've used all the runes that you gladly donated to me.
I still have more too, so.
Oh, I bet.
But what does that get you to? What level?
So that's a 30 vigor, 20. Should I get my endurance up to 30 at this point, if I can?
If you're at 29, you said?
My vigor's 29. My endurance is 26.
Okay, get your vigor to 30. Your endurance is fine at 26 for now.
Okay.
I mean, hell, even my endurance is only 25 right now.
So it's like strength and dexterity then?
Pretty much, yeah. You're gonna want damage and
health,
survivability. So if your vigor's at 30,
yeah.
You'll probably want to keep kind of steadily raising that and strength and dexterity. If your strength and dexterity are each at like 30 or 35. So.
Okay, so I've just spent all the runes you gave me. I'm level 86.
Okay, so you went up what, 5 levels?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we'll just what did you pump it into? Just kind of like even across the board, or what?
Vigor +1 and then +2 on strength and dexterity.
Okay, yeah. So I would say focus strength and dexterity until you get those to like 35.
35-ish, yeah.
Kind of bump up vigor a little bit more and try to work on getting all 3 of those to like 40-ish. And yeah, we'll kind of go from there.
Okay.
Because you want to steadily be bumping your max health up while you're in here, as well as your damage output. Because the way the Shadow Tree blessings work is it takes your base damage output and it scales it up by 5% per blessing.
Oh.
Although with the new system, they've kind of done like a bit of different stuff with that. Like there's it works slightly differently, but what the hell? Crash in my kitchen, sorry. It works a little bit differently, so the first 10 blessings should give you a slightly bigger bump than 5%. I think it's like 8% per blessing for the first 10, but then the back 10.
Yeah. The later 10 then.
Slightly less, thinking like 3 instead of 5.
Whoa. Oh, hello. I like the chakrams you have, sir.
Yeah, you can get his chakrams. They're one of the new weapon types. They're called backhand blades. They're basically
Oh, that's the ones the reverse grip swords you were showing me. Are they similar swords?
Yeah, we're gonna go grab you those here in a minute because you can literally get them right here at the start of the DLC. First, though, we're gonna go grab a couple bonfires and the map, the first map, right?
Okay. So is it like the dev intended way is like the DLC to do now, or do they expect it to be like?
Well, so technically we jumped to Moog a little early.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, like had we gone through base game normally, gotten to Moog normally, and blah blah blah. Effectively, you're supposed to then transition into the DLC, do the DLC story, and either kind of bounce back and forth, or focus the main DLC and then go back to the main story. Because there are DLC implications that
affect.
Like, not affect, but they explain a little bit of the main story stuff towards the end.
Right. So they kind of expect you to bounce back and forth between the DLC and the main game.
Yeah, basically, though, like, the way it plays, like, if you were to draw a line through it and make a linear path, the way it plays is you're supposed to go into the DLC when you can, finish out the DLC before beating the main game, and then go back and beat the main game.
Right. Okay. Just like an intermission, sort of like.
Kind of, yeah. It's basically just like an extra secret area, kind of.
Right.
Except
I wasn't
it's
too sure.
Very, very large secret area.
Yeah.
Also, there's a lot of parkour, so I apologize in advance.
Just when I thought I was gonna like this.
Yeah, just fuck it. I'm getting a refund.
Yeah. Wait, CD keys. Where's my goddamn refund?
Exactly. Where's my goddamn refund? Yeah, so you need to get up to where I am.
Yeah. So I took a bit of a
Worst
detour.
would be best. Yeah. So in here is where we were going.
Oh, I'm bonking a bit stronger now. That's nice.
Yes. So you may technically be scaling off of my Shadow Tree Blessing right now.
Oh,
Maybe.
because it's DLC, but we don't know because obviously because it's the mod.
Well, because of the mod.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what's going on. If it is, great, because I have max blessing, so you won't get face fucked over and over again by everything.
Nice.
Hopefully.
Yay.
But if
It's-
not,
yeah.
then that's still just good that you're dealing decent damage because
Yeah.
again, we are only on first playthrough, so things are
Mhm.
going to be infinitely weaker on this playthrough than they are in my game.
Yeah. That's fair. Oh, Blade of Mercy.
It's a talisman, not a blade. Don't
Oh.
be dumb like I was and look for a dagger in your inventory.
Like, where's this goddamn?
Yeah, I literally spent like 5 minutes trying to find it.
Where the fuck?
Where is this thing?
Yeah.
And then I forgot about the like recent items tab, and I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, that. Oh, so was it?
Well, because at the time when I found that, I didn't know about the recent items tab being something you had to toggle on. I thought it was something that was already on with the DLC.
Yes,
Like,
and then,
that was the point.
but no,
Yeah, no, not quite.
no.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that was the important thing to get out of this ruins here. We got the bonfire, right? You got the bonfire right outside the ruins.
Yeah, I believe so. I think if any of us touches it, it like saves it at this point.
Okay, so we'll come up here. Because there's a couple important things to show you, so that way you can note for this DLC if you want to like play around on your own for grinding at all or anything.
Mhm,
As well, I'm going to show you a couple of important things to look out for.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
here,
that talisman that I just picked up, it's like boosts attack power after every critical hit. I think it said.
Yeah, so that's like the viscerals when you stagger an enemy or when you carry an enemy and then you like stab them in the face or
Yeah.
backstab or something.
Yeah.
That's what they call critical hits.
Cool.
Let's go kill this man and his dog real quick because they're going to be annoying otherwise.
Oh.
Okay, so you see that group of enemies the way I'm facing? You see how one of them has like a pot on his head?
Oh yeah.
He's like carrying a pot?
Yeah, he's carrying a pot. Yeah.
Those dudes drop Shadow Tree fragments. So kill them first because they will try to flee and break the pot, and if they break the pot, then you don't get the fragment.
But do they respawn or no?
Yes, they do respawn. If you fuck it up, you can just go back and try again. But you have to kill them before they run away and break the pot.
Okay. Right. Go, I guess. Here we got it.
They'll drop the item on the ground, so when you clear everything out, you should be able to just pick it up. There you go.
Spirit Grave Stone.
No, not that.
Oh, Scattered Tree Fragment. There we go.
Yep, there you
Silver
go.
Horn Tender and a Rad of Fruit and a Knot Resin.
Yeah, so the other things are all like crafting material stuff.
Yeah, but the Scattered Tree
Shadow Tree
Fragment.
are what you use
Important.
to level up your Shadow Tree Blessing. And then there's Revered Spirit Ashes are the thing to level up your like Ashes damage output. If you want to use your Spirit Ashes. Excuse me. So, but yeah.
Very pretty.
I don't have the map unveiled because of the whole map thing with this mod. So, we're just going to go kind of to a couple places that I know of that'll give us a couple of, like, early start things. And then
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and do the thing we mentioned earlier where I bounce out and then come back so that way I can get the map unveiled.
Yeah.
As you're picking up the fragments and stuff. Unfortunately, like there's 6 map fragments in this DLC, but unfortunately they're all like really, really far apart, and you have to progress quite far to get the last few.
Okay.
Your map will be like covered for the better part of your play through the DLC.
Right. Okay.
But thankfully, once you pick up the map fragments once, it's like, okay, good, we're done. You don't ever have to do it again. Even if
That's always nice. Yeah.
But like, even if you roll over your playthrough to play through the game again, like you wouldn't have to go pick up the map fragments again.
Yeah, it's just you've already got it, so just kind of go through it. Right.
'Tis a gentleman out here in the woods somewhere.
Right.
Don't remember exactly where. The one I was thinking of, is it? No, it's not. There's one of these little like gravesite things that has a weapon at it. Now, pretty much just kind of wander around to the woods with me here until you find a dude. Like, it'll literally just be a dude walking around.
Alright, okay.
Oh, there he is. He's right in front of us. Look at him. Look at him.
Yeah. He's just
There
walking.
he is. Look at his name.
Oh.
It's Loger, the Beast Claw.
Oh, wow.
It's Wolverine. Like, look at his face too. If you look at his face,
yeah, it's
they modeled him to look like Wolverine.
It is
too.
literally
It's really
him.
fucking funny.
It's literally fucking him.
Yeah, it's literally Wolverine.
Crazy. That's so funny.
Yeah.
They just left that little Easter egg in there.
Yeah, like his hair and everything.
Yeah, his hair, the claws,
Wolverine.
the whole shebang.
It's fucking funny, dude. So that's one of the new weapon types there, the Beast Claws.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically like the other claw weapons, only they're a hell of a lot faster and have unique movesets to them.
Ah, okay. Oh, that one causes blood loss.
Yes, that too. The Beast Claws cause.
What was that noise? Jesus, I shit myself.
Yeah, the birds that scream in this DLC scare everybody. Like everybody.
I thought an alert went off.
They're like, what the fuck was that noise? Literally everybody, everybody gets hit with it. They're like, what the fuck was that?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, look at him. He's Depresso Espresso.
Oh, glass shards. Oh.
Where'd you go? Oh, there. I was looking back to see you, expecting to see you behind me.
Oh.
Look at that. The dog's on fire. But it's cool
It's a hellhound.
Yeah, it's like heavier fire. It's cool.
Cool.
Yeah, see, look at him. He's just chilling. He's having a bad day.
Aw,
I'm about to make it worse.
You gonna punch him? Oh.
Oh, okay, well, I guess I missed. Never mind. Hold on.
Nice. They just ragdolled.
Yeah. See, watch. I am one polish.
That was weird. That first enemy, I couldn't lock onto him at all. Mesmer soldier armor. Oh, nice. Oh, he looks big.
Scary. He's who we're coming down here to beat up.
He's got a big chunky shield and a big chunky axe.
He's not a fun man.
He's no fun, man.
No, he's not a nice guy. He's a bad man.
He's bad man. Church of Consolation.
Yeah, I would not stand it.
No, I'm not. Oof. Black Steel Great Hammer. Nice.
That hammer is really cool, actually.
I got some smithing stones.
Yes. That's one thing you'll notice. This DLC is fantastic about giving smithing stones.
Oh, another Scadutree Tree fragment.
Yes. So once
Actually, give me two. It gave me two, actually.
Yeah, once we get back to a bonfire, you'll have to go level up your blessing so that you can deal more damage and take less damage and all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See you roaring.
Oh, Blessings of Marika.
Nice. Those are super rare items and technically considered a legendary item because they like fully heal you, FP, stamina, like.
Oh, it's like an elixir, basically.
Yeah, it caps it gives you back all of your stuff and it cures all status ailments.
Wow,
so it's a cure all.
Nice.
It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, so it's like an elixir or some wet potion or something in like an RPG.
Basically a full restore.
Yeah, full restore. Yeah, it's a Kuraga and a Nesuna. All in one. All in one.
I like how that dude was still just sitting down and like melted his.
Yeah, he's like, oh no.
My.
Oh. Rot essence.
Your character screaming.
Bro, I got a rot essence hopelessness.
You got what?
I got a rot essence. Apparently. Called hopelessness. Don't ask me why I did, but I did. Well, that's good. After dying, I don't fat roll. That's good. That's very good.
You leveled up your endurance some, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I think a couple. That worked out in the end.
Okay, dokie. Well, so yeah, come get the items from this little camp here, and then we can go back up.
Oh, more Mesmer Soldier armor. Nice.
Here, because I got a couple of them to drop from
Fire coil.
Enemies.
That's it. Yeah, I can't see anything to pick up. Oh, Soldier Axe. And another Soldier Axe.
Yeah, so if you want a power stance, then you can.
Thanks. We heading back to a bonfire now, or?
Yeah, we can just warp back up there, actually.
We have warped to unknown.
Yeah, exactly.
Which one are you on to? Gravesite or Scorched Ruins?
The one by the ruins.
Scorched Ruins, yeah.
Okay, so... Aha! Yes, there it is. I'll show you this one more thing real quick, and then I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna bounce out and then come back so I can get the map unveiled for me.
Hold on.
No, you're fine. I'm just sitting on my horse.
On
my horse.
I just leveled up my vigor again to 31.
Nice.
Oh, look, it's a big fire thing.
Yep, that's the furnace golem. Don't worry about that headache right now. We're gonna go deal with him in a minute.
Don't worry about that. That's Furnace. I mean, that's a very apt name. Furnace Golem.
Yeah. Okay, so don't worry about these assholes. They're annoying. But right here is what you're going for. There's a weapon right here on this pedestal.
Okay. Oh, backhand blade?
Yep.
Got it.
Right, back to the bonfire. Whee!
Off I go.
So, I know you've been doing both strength and dexterity, but this DLC very much has a lot of dexterity weapons. So,
okay.
If you did want to try out the DLC weapons, I would say focus when you go to pump your damage stats. Pump
dexterity.
Into dexterity, so that you get more damage out of the DLC weapons if you're going to use them.
Okay. Scadutree fragments to bolster your Scadutree blessing.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Use
bolt
one
your Shadow Tree
fragment.
Blessing. Yeah, just upgrade that as far as you can, and then
It's
if you
on
have
2.
if you have any revered Spirit Ashes, use those as well.
Yeah, I had one Spirit Ash blessing.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So let me. Oops. Inventory. I gotta use the orb. The orb of confusion.
Dun 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 dun. Ah yes, it's a backhand blade. It's a / pierce weapon.
They are very, very fun.
Mhm.
the reverse grip swords are really, really fun.
Yeah, maybe you showed me actually.
Blast using them for a while.
How many runes? Can you upgrade them? Is it a round table hold? You upgrade them?
Yeah, it's still just like a normal upgrade. You just take them to Hugh.
I will do that then.
Go for it.
See what I can do.
Oh.
Just to see what I can do.
Yeah. Now remember that sword as well is a pair of swords, so you can
it's a pair.
effectively dual wield without having to have 2 of them.
Ah, so 1 is 2.
Yes, it is a
Oh.
pair of reverse grip swords.
Oh.
All of the backhand blades are like that. The
Damn it.
backhand blade there that you have.
Oh, doesn't the guy... Hold on. Where's that smithing dude? Into the manor. Oh, that's it. EG. He's got smithing stones, doesn't he?
He sells somber stones.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't we bump into a merchant that had smithing stones?
Do you need like the regular smithing stones?
Yes.
Okay. Which ones do you need right now?
Ones. I think like I think at this point like all of them. Let me just check. I got 1 1, I got 4 2s, 2 3s, and 10 4s, and 7 5s. I think he didn't. I thought EG had smithing stones up to 4, but it must have been somber stones.
Yeah, I think that was somber stones. Let's real quick, just so that way you can upgrade DLC weapons immediately when you find them. Let's go round up all of the smithing stone bell bearings for you.
Okay. Wait, that's the point. There's that shop, isn't there? Hold on.
Huh?
Is the I know there was a merchant that we went when we were in down south.
What?
There was a merchant that had smithing stones, I think, in the castle. But there's, I think the bell bearings we give to these people, don't we?
Yeah, the bell bearings you give to
Do they have anything?
the crones there.
No, they have stone sword keys. Okay. Stock.
Bell bearing 2.
No. Patches. No.
Sealed tunnel. Okay, I think I remember where that is. Scuttle boxes.
Oh, I can offer. Shall I offer the ghost form one? Ghost form picker's bell bearing?
Yes. Whenever you get a bell bearing, just give it to the twin husks, because with the recent patch to Elden Ring, whenever you give them a bell bearing, you never have to track it down again.
Oh, I can buy ghost glove words. Okay.
Nice.
I'll buy no.
Can you buy 2s?
I can. They do 1 2s and 3s, so I can buy.
Oh, there you go.
I can get my mimic to level 3.
Nice. And then see if you have any like 4s and 5s as well or something.
Yeah. I think I picked up a 7, so I know that much.
Yeah, you're gonna be getting a lot of like varied upgrade materials through the DLC, because they wanted to.
What?
They realized that a lot of people are gonna be really high level, right? So they're giving a lot of the higher level like stones and stuff so that it's worthwhile. But then you also need the stones and flowers and stuff to start the upgrade process on the new weapons. So they're like, okay, so we're gonna sprinkle in some of the basic ones as well. so that you
Okay.
can still kind of upgrade the new weapons if you don't have the bell bearings. But
Hmm.
ideally, you might as well just get
Okay, so I can't. I tried talking to the lady, and I can't open the shop with her. She's like, "I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me," and I'm like, okay.
So go talk to Hugh then.
I tried,
You
and
gotta go do a back and forth with Hugh again.
yeah, I've already done it before though, which is weird. So,
No matter.
yeah, it doesn't give me an option to talk about Rodrika at all.
Because she says, "Greetings, are you here for spirit tuning for me?"
No, she doesn't say that to me. She says, "If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise. I should try and hone it." But then she is out here as well. She's out here as well for me.
Oh.
Yeah. That's not good.
Let me go ahead and
Leave.
yeah, because that might be screwing it up a little bit.
I just go out and back in.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Yeah, leave round table and go back in and
Yeah.
see if that
Makes
fixes
a
it
difference.
for you, because
Yeah.
it might be melding our round tables together, which is causing a problem. So
That would make sense.
yeah, so leave and go back in and see if she's over by Hugh to do your spirit tuning, and if not, then you might have to do like the back and forth again a little bit. Again, the mod is in beta, so
Yeah,
like,
I know,
it's
I
not
know.
gonna be perfect by any means. We're gonna encounter some bugs. If this is the extent of the bugs we encounter, though,
That's not bad.
That's fine. I'm okay with that because these are manageable. So while you're doing that, I'm looking.
Okay, no, she's disappeared from the fire.
Disappeared entirely.
Greetings. Are you here?
Okay, no, it's fine. It's working. It's fine.
Okay, I was saying if she disappeared
Yeah, it's
entirely, that's
no. She disappeared from like the fireplace. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, no, I don't have a glove work 4.
Okay. That's fine.
But that's the next step.
I think there are 4s in the DLC as well. This.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's lay out your arms.
Okay, so if I switch this out for the backhand blade. So I could unequip the Rotten Crystal Sword then at this point, right?
If you want to use the backhand swords, you can unequip both of your other swords.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then I just. Do I just not press a button?
You can't equip the dual wield in the round table hold because
right,
you
yeah.
can't technically
That's
fight
fair.
in the round
That's
table
fair,
hold.
that's
But if you remember where you jumped over the railing to fight that invader, you could jump over that railing again, and then like it gives you the ability to initiate combat.
Fine,
so to
okay.
speak, and you can test out the weapon if you wanted to.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna suck. Okay, well.
Okay, so how do I? Oh shit, that's cool.
He's
How
at the end of the game.
do I dual wield?
Hold Y.
Hold Y,
and
is it?
hit right bumper if the weapon is
That's
on
it.
your right.
Sorry, I couldn't remember the button.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, so we won't be able to get you. 3
Oh
and
shit.
4.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool moves.
LB, like basically you just stick out a sword to like block. That's kind of sick.
Yeah, when you're two-handing, left bumper is gonna be your block, which is like whatever. That's not very.
But then you just use RB. Oh, that's amazing.
Exactly. Use your light and heavy attacks, and
That's
while
fucking
you're
amazing.
two-handing, you'll have a proper like stance and attack
Yeah.
pattern in both swords.
That's fucking awesome. I'm keeping that.
And then the weapon art is good for like getting around enemies and
Yeah,
backstabbing.
backstabbing them. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Let me just check with Master Hugh one more time.
Okay, here we go.
Well, I took you.
So yeah, I found where the things are that we need to go
Okay.
do. I'm gonna wait for you to leave the round table hold before I rejoin, so that way we don't.
That's fine. Where we gotta go? Where are we meeting up?
We need to go.
I've managed to upgrade my back swords again once. I think I need 6 smithing stone 1s now
Yeah.
at this point.
They we'll get them shortly here. Go back to the Sorcerer's Isle bonfire, actually. That's going to be the closest one to the tunnel that we need.
Gotcha. I'm warping there now.
Yep.
So it was Y and RB. There we go.
Yes.
I gotta remember that, that's all.
Yeah, as you use, like, dual-wielded weapons like that more often, it'll become more second nature.
Yeah, because I had the 2 in each slot, the 2 single swords in each slot, it was like, it just do it anyway. But because this is like 2 in 1 slot, I just gotta remember to do that every time.
Wait, Kayla's here. Where did Kayla get? Hold on. Babe, where's Kayla? I don't see Kayla. I see QB, but I don't see Kayla. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope, never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know I'm blind, but I'm not that blind.
I mean, I can't say much. I'm wearing glasses.
Thankfully, I don't need glasses. God, if I needed glasses, my headaches would probably be infinitely worse. I'm not looking forward to getting old like that.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's not gonna be fun. Okay, so like I said, we're basically just gonna run over and grab the first 2 Miner's Bell bearings, because that'll give us stones 1, 2, 3, and 4 for you, which should get you effectively to like plus 12 or something, maybe plus 15.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
You just need then the
that'll give you
runes to get it.
enough
So.
upgrade that, like, as you get stones from the DLC, you can upgrade your weapons further. I feel like a stone too. Look at that. 3 of them actually in there.
Yeah, I got 3 stone twos. Yeah.
Hey, there's a bonfire over here. Look at this.
Wow. Wait, did we run past this one?
Willikers.
Oh, we must have. Eastgate Bridge Trestle.
I completely forgot this bonfire existed. I legitimately never come over here because of those fucking lobsters. Lisa thinks she'll take a nap after dinner. Yeah.
Uses FP to. Oh wow! So the fire coil uses FP to conjure a little fire snake.
Yes. Yeah. So see, this is the stupid walking model.
Oh, I remember seeing this from people's streams before.
Makes me crabby and even more tired. That's what you just need a good nap then. You need like a proper like hour or so, hour and a half.
Oh, they're not happy.
2 hours.
Oh, they are not happy.
And then like wake up and feel refreshed and be good to go and come get all the hugs and stuff.
If I have a nap, I feel worse.
Yeah.
I can't nap. If I'm going to sleep, I'm sleeping for like 7 hours.
Like, if I'm going to sleep, fuck off and leave me alone.
Yeah, like I'm not sleeping for 1.
Okay, so like all of these places, as you ride the elevator down, look
there's gonna be
for
secret
places to go on the side for like caves and stuff. Like over here. Crap, I missed.
Oh, I just made it.
Okay.
Like literally just. Oh, they're cracked crystals. That's of any use.
I'm coming back up with the elevator. Wow. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so no smithing stones, it looks like, in these. If you want to just come back down to the elevator, you can.
Come on, down the elevator.
Had an hour or 2 hour one, it was bleh. Oh, I'm sorry.
Rare Lucaria Crystal Tunnel. Ooh. Wonder what's going to be in here.
Crystals.
Yeah. Yeah. Nailed it in one. How you did that, I don't know.
Yep.
Crazy.
Come here, old man.
Oh.
Yeah, so they are like the
I
stone
forget.
enemies,
Yeah.
So unfortunately, blades are gonna bounce off of them, but.
Oh, Somber Smithing Stone 2.
Then there's another somber stone behind the thing up here.
Oh, yeah. So Smithing Stone 3. Ooh. I don't know what I need for my my other swords. I think it was a 4 and a 5. I think.
We can go through and get the somber bell bearings later as well if you want to. Like we can grab some of those.
Yeah,
but
maybe nice just to have.
Somber like significantly less than the
yeah, the
regular
regular ones. Yeah, yeah.
Since somber, you only need one of each level.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
I know which cave we're in. This is the one that we warped to through the stupid trap chest.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it this one?
Yeah. Because look
Oh,
at the bottom.
shit.
That's the hell that it puts you in when you get fucking.
Oh my
sucked over
god.
here from the lake.
How the fuck did I run out of here? I think I just bolted past everything. I was like, fuck. I was like, fuck this. I do not want to be here.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Horribly. Hey, you know what else sucks? The parkour that we've got to do over here so you can get more smithing stunts.
Hmm. I'm starting to sense a pattern here.
At least you just watched me do it in one go, so.
I know, no pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck no!
Yeah. I heard the ooh from your character hitting the ground.
I keep getting that. I keep getting raw essence. Is that like a thing?
I don't know. I don't know what that is. Does it tell you?
Oh, reduces maximum health, stamina, and focus.
Does it say there's a way to get rid of that?
I can discard it. No, wait, huh? The essence of a fallen tarnished, forgotten by grace, carrying rot essence upon one person is a constant reminder of their fragile mortality. It inflicts inflicts a curse. Gazing over the road ahead, everything looks impossible. Do I have what it takes? Echoes through your mind. Lights of grace provide respite from all forms of rot. So I...
Oh, so if you die, you have to rest at a site of grace to get rid of it, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
Okay. And where are you at, by the way? Because I don't see you.
I'm back at Sorcerer's Isle, so...
Oh, you should be able to... Yeah. Yeah, never mind. Just warp into the bonfire here.
Wait, is it the ravine? No, which one was it?
No, it's Rhea Lucaria Crystal Tunnel.
Oh, yeah, got it. Yep.
East, yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't see the symbol.
Oh, you're fine. I was like, I see your icon, but I don't see you anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, let's try that again, shall we?
Mm-hmm. Here, I'll clear out all the enemies for you, please.
Oh, it's on the fucking... It was literally... It's on the...
It's on the platform over there?
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's not even like here. It's just on the platform. I gotta do all that parkour again, basically. Fuck my life.
You got this, I believe in you.
I have a terrible track record, Ben.
So I have not been... by the way, like when I did this parkour, I did not sprint at all. So just don't touch your B button. Just do like the forward and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh, God, I overshot that. Fuck me.
So try to go off of that like little
the
bit
plank on the left.
And yeah, just
Got it. Yeah.
There you go.
I think I jumped too early as well.
Nice.
Oh, some smithing stones. Nice.
This one requires a sprint jump to get back to, so watch out real quick. That one you've got to pretty much.
Oh, nailed it.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Fucking terrifies me.
Yeah, I love that you hate parkour when you are, obsessed with Crash Bandicoot. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I hate platforming, but my favorite game is a platformer.
Yeah, and I've played like Crash Bandicoot as a kid, and Assassin's Creed when it came out as a kid, and Sonic and Mario and Luigi, and it's just like, yeah, Elden Ring, no.
You're like, yeah, I hate platforming. Ew,
Gross. Yeah, I mean, I'll win them all, I guess. Another ad break. That's fine. Smithing stone 3. Nice. Oh. Thank you, Jax. Golden rune. Money. Money. We just like, you just do like an uppercut punch to the back. And then just punch him in the back again. That's your critical hit. That's so good. Another Smithing Stone 3. Nice. Oh, another Smithing Stone 3. Let's go. I think that's what I need at this point. You're still busy? No worries, no worries. Just wanted to come in and cause shenanigans. That's fine. I got it.
Sorry, I was talking to someone.
Oh, that's so good. So good.
Get ready.
I was not ready for that. I mean, the fact you juked me going forward and then you went around, and I was like, well, what the
I had to find
fuck?
the damn tunnel. That's why I was like,
I was like, what the fuck is this tunnel?
Wait, also that, never mind. The down is actually the dead end. So that leads to progress. So very, very carefully now. Work your way down without exploding.
Okay, this is fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There we go.
On the hole. Yeah, because this leads to a dead end.
Okay.
I remember this now.
Ooh, everything's blue. I'm blue.
I'm so confused. This cave is one of the more annoying ones.
Yeah, I mean the fact that it's like a fucking endless pit irks me.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, if you look below us, you can see the boss down there. That's literally the boss right below us.
Just chilling, you know.
Uh-huh. You just bing chilling.
Wait, is there a... Oh, is that a return stone? Is that a return point? Or is it just like... It's just like a blue glowy thing I can see.
No, that blue glowing thing is the boss down there.
Oh, that is the boss, right? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's a crystalline.
Oh.
A crystallian. Ow.
Right.
This should be a shortcut, I think.
Be nice if it is.
Yes, because this is the hole you fell off in.
That's the shortcut that you go to.
Okay, so maybe the other one wasn't a dead end. Fucking, I'm so confused! This place sucks!
We're gonna find out anyway if it's a dead end or not, I guess.
Come down this way and see what's here first.
Come on.
Fuck off.
I'm so used to pressing LB. It's like, and I'm like, why am I not attacking? And
Yeah, like I said, it takes a little getting used to.
Oh, hello. Attack these guys. They're fine. Ooh, big chest. The combo is so fluid. I love it.
Yeah, that's why I had a
Ooh,
lot
crystal knife.
because the combos for a lot of the DLC weapons are very, very fluid.
I got a crystal knife.
It's an okay magic dagger.
Hmm.
Not the best. Okay, so yeah, it looks like this might lead down to the boss. Let's go back to that other path and see what's there.
On the elevator, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go, cool.
Are you okay on health?
Yes, I'm like next, and I'm literally full, pretty much.
Be careful.
Wait, why are we going this way?
Because we gotta go back to the elevator.
We can use the shortcut, can't we?
No, the elevator was in the room right over here.
Ah.
Literally in the room right back here.
Oh, so that elevator we took there, that wasn't the same.
The elevator that's the shortcut leads back to basically the first chamber, so that you go straight from the first
right.
chamber
Okay, I was confused.
Hariyama, that's a fat one. Ah! I missed! Well,
How do you like it?
You shut your goddamn face. I rolled instead of jumping.
Oh, this is a dead end, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be over there in a minute.
Some smithing stones, but it's a dead end.
Yeah, collect your smithing stones. I'll be over there in a minute to meet up with you.
Now we wait.
Just gotta run back through now. Fab, you better share a buffalo chicken wrap. I gotta go back down to the bottom, grab my souls, and then go back up and hopefully land on the ledge properly. Ymir. QB, see, QB wants some too. You better share.
Ooh, buffalo chicken. That sounds really nice.
Buffalo chicken wrap, yeah. Buffalo chicken is always good. It's buffalo chicken.
Buffalo chicken.
I realized I didn't even need the elevator to get over to the cave. I just walked off the back of the elevator like rafters.
Nice.
Oh wait, literally this is it? Just this secret like hole over here?
Yep, it's literally that.
No, well come here, because there's a ledge below us with an item on it.
Oh, Summer Smithing Stone 3. Yes. And now how do we get down?
Yes.
Oh, that is a drop. Oh, we didn't lose any health. Nice.
Wow, you actually did better than me, because I lost health. I must have more shit on than you, apparently.
Maybe. Okay.
That's fine.
Let's go. No. Zigzag.
Okay, you gotta stop zigzagging. That is hurting my brain. Because my camera was just behind your character, so all I saw was your fucking head zooming in and out, like flickering in and out on my screen. That hurt my eyes.
Oh fuck! Ow! 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 Shit. Okay. I had a funny feeling that would be bad. That would have been bad. So I had a feeling zigzagging would have been bad because I was like quite close behind you and would have picked up on the camera.
Boo this man!
Cinema! Yeah, boo this man indeed. I'm gonna hurt my friend's eyes. What kind of friend am I? Also, hi.
Look at the fucking like jump attack combo with the martial arts. Like, look at this shit.
I'm watching. Oh my god, he did a double roundhouse kick.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a fucking cool combo for an aerial.
What is this,
it's
Street Fighter?
One from the DLC trailer, if you watched the DLC trailer.
Ah, okay. I think I've watched them now.
Where they, showed off the martial arts and they showed the dude in the hat and the like cape or whatever.
Right. Oh, I thought it was a boo. Like I'm a ghost boo. Oh no, they're miners. They're crystal miners.
Here we go. Spell.
Oh, Shatter Earth.
Yeah, it's not very good.
I'd like not to, but you know. Thank you, Jax, for redeeming a crystal. Appreciate it. Very apt, since this is where we are.
Shit, there was something in that cave.
Back up. And now I'm more nervous because I've got Tomb Raider music playing now. For fuck's sake. Ooh, that was close. Oh, Summer Smithing Stone 3. Just one. That music is not helping when you imagine that having that Tomb Raider 1 music where you're like it's all like high intensity, but you're doing parkour. Like no, just no.
Horrible. Fucking awful.
Don't swear now. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll see how I do. Thank you, Cinema, for redeeming Crystal. Traverse mist. Okay, so I can't swear. Oh, a crystallian. It's Fi from Skyward Sword.
Bitch, can sit the fuck down. Again, I am the Wonton.
Thanks, I got the bell bearing.
That's
Yep.
literally why we were here, was to beat up that bitch. So.
Nice. Thank you for the Sonic Water as well.
So the next one is going to be a little bit more annoying to get to, because we have to get to the Altus Plateau, which, I mean, that's kind of where we were going before we went to the DLC anyways. So we'll just go ahead and go grab that real quick.
Cool. Alright, so shall I head to...
The Ravine bonfire.
The Ravine. Yep. Okay. I don't know what that is, but I will press button.
The Ravine. Wait, what?
No, I'm just talking to Cinema in my chat. Yeah, it's like a daily reward thing, like a stream reward. You can just like say you've collected something. Cinema says hi.
Hello, Cinema. Fine, past the giant buttholes.
Oh, that's a big butthole.
Big testicle that farts.
Yeah.
Really gross.
He said, I see you made Welsh a Pumpkinhead too.
Yes. Jarhead,
yes.
he is Pumpkinhead. Funny enough, Cinema, he actually got that helmet this stream.
Yes. That's very apt. But I got that this stream. I got the victory fanfare.
So many farting testicles.
Farty but fart face.
There's a seed here, so you can upgrade your class.
Oh. Thank you, James. I think I can upgrade my flask now.
Yeah.
Again. I think it's 10. I can have 10 now. Barbaric Roar I just got. Ow. It was Bruce Wayne when you need him. What have you activated?
Failure!
Thank you, Crisco. Where'd you go? Oh, you're there. Sorry. How do you teach a kid to climb stairs? There is a step-by-step guide.
Go down the stairs. And say, climb, bitch.
But then give him the step-by-step guide.
Exactly. Throw the kid down the stairs, then throw the book at them and be like, alright, now climb, bitch. Motherfucker, you climb up these goddamn stairs.
How you doing, Crisco? Good to see you. Some people say that comedians who tell one too many light bulb jokes soon burn out. But they don't know what they are talking about. They're not that bright.
Wow, it didn't even kill me!
I will send you to Jesus.
Yeah.
I tried to die, and I couldn't even die right.
Don't we all, Jax? Jax is sending me to Jesus, apparently.
Yeah, I will send you to Jesus.
Oh. Hello. Have you been climbing up the ladders?
Yeah, and then I jumped off trying to die, remember?
Right. I must have missed that bit.
Yeah, I literally jumped. That's why I screamed. That's why I was like, wow, I didn't even die right, because I at the bad joke, I tried to jump off and kill myself in the game. And
Right.
I have so much health and resistance that I couldn't even die properly.
You have so much resistance to dad jokes.
Exactly. Alright, real quick though, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. If you want to keep going, I'll catch up to you. Like, there's really nothing that difficult to fight in this place. There's a bunch of little people and the stone dudes, but other than that, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
And maybe some bats. So, but I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. Jeebus? Yeah, probably. Jeebus is probably the one. How you doing, Crisco? You doing okay? Stop hitting the... Little daddy soldiers. Oh. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I didn't mean to step on that. That's... How are we all doing? Oh, oh, I'm poisoned. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I keep stepping on things. Haven't I got something that can...
You're breathtaking.
Apparently so. Apparently so. I mean, I wouldn't say that myself, but hey. I don't have anything that cures poison, which is concerning. Maybe if I... Oh, the blessing... Oh, the Blessing of America, but I don't want to use that. Okay. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Fuck it. Oh, hello. They're like imps. Are they imps?
Alright.
Olga Militia Greaves. Hello, I'm back.
Brought up pirate stuff this stream. Yeah.
Oh yes, very breathtaking.
Yeah,
I hold my breath whenever you're in a boss battle.
I've had Dame de Wellerman as a review for a while because I like the Wellerman, and Dame Dane is the biggest, like one of the biggest internet memes ever. So of course we have to have Dame de Wellerman.
The fact that after like Sid was like, "Oh yes, very breathtaking," and like panted, I was like, "Fucking hell, Jesus Christ, Sid, what are you doing?"
Did you get the smithing stones that were back here, by the way?
There's
a couple of like smithing stone 4s and stuff back here.
Yes, I think. I can go back and check though.
I would say, yeah, if you want to come back and check. I'm bringing the elevator up right now.
Yeah, you're bringing it back down. I was on it.
Oh, you were on it. Okay.
You will see me. Haha.
Hello. And you're super poisoned. Apparently.
Yes, yes, because I walked into every fucking poison trap apparently.
I figured you walked into all the fart traps, but yeah, there's the stones that were over in this corner.
Oh yeah, I got those. Yeah.
God damn it!
Like the one you just hit.
Hey, am I poisoned, bitch? I don't want to fucking hear it.
I mean, fair. There was an item there.
Yeah, you're gonna want to ride back.
Is it be over sit extra sexy? Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
You're gonna want this item. It's a smithing stone.
Okay. Oh, this thing takes fucking forever to come down.
It's a really big lift. It's fun. Have some volty booty. Kitty, why you do this? Why are you a brat? Also, hi, Kitty.
Okay, that was anticlimactic. Oh, smithing stone 5.
Yeah.
Now how do I get down? Oh, to the left here.
Be ready to jump. I like how you're like, how do I get down? I mean, you could have just walked down, but no, I might as well just pick you up on the way back up.
Pumpkinhead, oh my god, Pumpkinhead and Pothead facing each other is hilarious. Really? Hang on. I'll let Ben do his punching first. Yeah, I'll reject that. So let's get a refund on that. Oh.
Into my eyes.
I see you have the high ground.
I am taller than Anakin.
I have the high ground. Obi-Jar Kenobi.
Joby-Wan Kenobi.
Jarby-Wan Kenobi.
Exactly. Alright, here.
Duo.
Oh, fucking Jesus.
Just got that from one of those guys.
Hold on. Oh shit, I need to... Oh, I can't, like, refund that. Oh, okay, that's terrible. Hold on. Sorry, I was just checking something. Oh, pickaxe.
Yeah.
Oh. That's what I was going for earlier. Ah, I
now
see.
you can play Minecraft in Elden Ring, lol.
Is it a diamond pickaxe? That's the top tier ones, isn't it?
Well,
Oh,
actually, I don't know. It might have
oh,
been
I'm
better.
poisoned again.
I don't fucking know. I haven't played Minecraft in years.
Oh.
I just see you getting spanked by little people and farting.
I think there was about 4 traps in there. I think I hit all of them.
Yeah, apparently. By the way, if you really don't like these little people, you're gonna absolutely fucking love the DLC.
Oh,
no, I don't.
I can't believe you've done this.
I know, right?
There's a shitload of the little dudes in the DLC.
Yeah, I don't mind them. They're you know they're at the minute I'm like killing them pretty easy. It's just the poison traps that's pissing me off.
Yeah.
I got a rune arc. Oh, nice.
Heart traps are a little annoying.
Oh fuck! I can't believe you've done this. Hmm.
Wait, what? Wait, what, kid? What are you waiting? Oh. Why would you stand there?
All I hear is Ben just go, "I'm not standing there," and I'm like, "Huh?"
Fucking Tim Allen and what was it?
Fucking just. Oh my! I just look at him like, why is it pulsate? Poof, we're like, oh right, okay, that's why.
Yeah. And then
It
come
is-
over here and touch the bonfire.
It
so
is
you can
big
stop
boom.
being poisoned.
Big boom. Oh, that was too funny. It's too funny.
Look at all that stank coming off your character.
I know. And this is on a good day.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Oh my god. So can the cracked crystals be like turned into anything or used for anything or?
I think they're crafting materials, if I remember right.
Ooh, Golden Rune 4. Nice. I know. You know, it's nice to be involved.
Yeah. Nice for your swords to actually do something finally, right?
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Whoa, that was careful. That was scary.
That's another thing too. You can also go do the Ashes of War thing and see about putting a different like
Oh yeah, like I I had with the straight sword. I had the blood loss thing.
yeah, if you have like any of the different knives, you might be able to change it up if you wanted to. Wait, what? Hi, Trayvon, thank you for the alert. Here, come down here real quick. There's stuff down here.
There's stuff.
Smithing stones and shit. Like there's a somber form right there.
Oh yeah, Somber 4. Amber Schmidt Stone 4.
Getting laundry put away? Yeah. Stones there on the side.
Alright, yeah, I see him, I see him. Thank you.
I'm just looking around to see if there's anything over here.
And that's a nope.
That does not look like. Spewing at me, you turd.
Ah, guess who's poisoned again?
Yeah.
More poisoned than Alice Cooper. That one song he did. I'm gonna have to do some platforming, aren't I? It's not too bad, I suppose.
Yeah, no. Look, you land buttholes.
Oh, he lost my health.
Yeah, you should probably heal.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I just realized, like, ooh. Huh.
Weird, I swear I had health before.
Yeah, like, it's almost like I got, like, some sort of status ailment or something.
Should be another stone over here.
Yep, I see, I see.
What?
That just looked weird and funny and lewd. I ask an IT question. Oof. Now you're in for it. Are we not? We're not going to take care of that. We're going to go over here first.
We're going this way first.
Would you get a second-hand Microsoft Laptop 3 or Surface Pro 6 for kids to watch or play basic games on long car journeys? Ooh.
Smithing stone back here in the corner.
I think. What do you mean by Microsoft laptop? Because Surface laptops are Microsoft laptops. If that makes sense. Like, they are Microsoft Surfaces. They're pretty good. And, like, you can get ones that are like, you know, if you get like a i3 or an i5 one, they're pretty decently spec'd. But, you know, to play games and stuff. Or watch. And because they're quite big, they're like, you know, like a 10-inch screen. Was it 10 inch or 13? Maybe 13 inch, maybe. But yeah, they're like decent enough laptops. Sure.
Belly is a doofus. Why? What do you do now, kitty? I mean, we know he's a doofus, but what did he do now?
It says Microsoft Surface Laptop 3.
You did, Walshy, or are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just answering some questions and stuff from chat.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if Discord decided to crap out on us again.
Descriptions.
Big doofus today is all. Yeah, what's he doing?
Description says so it's a Surface 3. Right, okay. Yeah. That's pretty. Is it a Surface Go 3 or does it just say Surface 3? Because there's different variants. Because I think there's like Surface Go, Surface Pro, I think. Maybe not Surface Pro, but like I think Surface Go is like the budget version. I think if I'm not mistaken.
Dog. Wow, it's way over there, so I didn't get hit by any of it.
Surface Laptop 3, i5. Okay. Oh yeah, that's plenty. That's plenty. Like you can run pretty much, yeah. Like if you're running kids games on that, like you know, like kid puzzle games and like Candy Crush or whatever, like you know.
Over here is an item. Be very careful rolling.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
And then very careful.
Yeah, it's an i5 though. i5's I think it's 2.2 is like.
This is Lost Ashes of War, which are how you make extra copies of Ashes of War that you like.
Yeah, I think I picked one up from a merchant earlier, so I've got 2 now, which is nice. Yeah, that's. I think my work PC is like it's an
videos he sent you in the past like 3 hours. What the fuck, Kitty?
It's like it's an 8th gen i3. So what gen i5 is it?
Alright, let's rest because this is boss fight, and then we are in the Altus Plateau. Ooh,
Altus Plateau time. I should probably check if.
And I'll since you're having fun with your weapons, I'll not just liquidate this boss immediately.
Okay. Oh, what's this music though? Ooh.
Huh?
I can hear someone singing.
Yeah, that was the bats.
Ah.
For whatever reason, some of the bats sing opera. I don't remember the lore.
Very nice opera, to be fair.
He sent me over 200 in a day. What the fuck is wrong?
It should say Core i5 and then dash and then a number. It depends. What's the first number?
Helping IT stuff still.
Yath.
You know where he's taking it.
It says Intel Core i5. Oh, okay. Hmm. Like if it's like an 8th gen or a 9th gen, like that's probably fine. Like maybe 10th gen, like anything around there is probably fine secondhand. That's what I use an i3 for work, and it's fine. Does what it needs to do. So. Okay, I'm 30,000. I think that's not enough for level ups. That's fine.
So did you want to check first or not? You can check on your status.
Maybe status. Yeah, I need 45,000, so I need another 15.
Okay,
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can go.
Well off. Second hand, so it might be old. Yeah. See if you can ask the person what gen it is. What generation the CPU is.
Maybe like how long they've had it.
Yeah, that too. And then you can... Magma Worm Makar. Ooh. Oh fuck, I just got whacked. He is just spewing lava everywhere. I'm not doing much damage. I have to concede. It's like I think I've hit him like once. And it did next to nothing. Thank you.
There you go.
I think because is it because he's scaly? Like, you know, like, I don't know.
Might be. I don't know.
Maybe because I'm hitting like the outer shell. Probably. Oh yeah, it's staggered. Go. Oh, well, he's dead.
I was in the middle of casting and he landed where my cast popped up, so that was an accident.
No, that's all good. It's all good. You reckon 5th gen? No, I wouldn't. I'd say at least 8th or 9th, probably.
I was like, 5th gen is old.
Yeah, 5th gen's old.
2005.
Yeah. Well, probably a little bit later than that, but yeah. But not far off. But yeah, like I think because my PC is, I've had it since 2020, 2021 when like COVID hit. I had because obviously I would work in the office most of the time, but then I working from home. I got a PC. I bought through work, and that's an 8th gen i3. So.
Well, 5th gen i5, right? Is what he said. It was an i5.
Well, it's the laptop isn't. But he said is 5th gen like okay.
So to say like a 5th gen i5, yeah, that's like late 2000s, maybe early 2010s.
Yeah.
So that's still old.
That's still old. Yeah, I'd say 8.
For computer parts, that's still old.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. And the way because they're changing so quickly now, all the gens.
That's the one thing I don't like about Intel is that it's so hard to keep track of what's what with their like.
Yeah, they release a new processing series every like 6 months. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of it because you can't just be like, oh, an i9 is inherently better than an i7. No,
Yeah.
not necessarily. An i9 from
Yeah,
previous generation,
it depends.
necessarily
Yeah.
better than an i7 from current generation. So it's like it's so hard to keep up with that crap.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, my work won't sell me any
like-
old one. Okay.
That's why I like Nvidias and stuff because it's like, oh, you know, like the or like the 30 and 40 series. It's like, okay, the 40 series is gonna be stronger than the 30 series.
Yeah,
Like, that's
graphics cards and
easy
stuff.
enough
Yeah,
to understand.
yeah. I don't know what they do with it. Okay. No worries, no worries. But yeah, I'd say if it was me, I would probably say like, if to be safe, probably a 10th gen Intel processor to be safe. I can talk to Melina. Ben, should I talk to Melina?
Yes, talk to her. That's what I was just doing. Talk to Melina.
Oh, that's the. Wait.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's waifu.
Oh, I clicked it and nothing happened, and it just went, "Yeah, you've talked to her." I was like, "Okay."
That's funny.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, I did talk to her, so
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I should watch your stream next
That's
time.
fair. That's alright.
But yeah, I'd say like 10th gen Intel, or probably, and then you're talking AMD, probably 5th gen 5000 series, probably, which is the series before the one I've got on my gaming PC.
Like the Ryzens.
Yeah, the Ryzens, yeah. Yeah, and then as long as 8 gig of RAM, perfectly fine. 256 gig SSD, again, perfectly fine. It's like that's fine.
Not if you want to play more than just Call of Duty on
Yeah, exactly.
Duty with a 300 gigabyte file size. Jesus.
Have you seen
That's
fucking...
one thing I'm not looking forward to. Like, I'm happy
No.
that I get to play Call of Duty for free this year because Game Pass, but it's like, bruh, fucking get rid of this half a terabyte download size. Like, does this fucking...
Have you seen... I couldn't believe, right? I was on Game Pass, right? Gears of War 4 is like 120 gig. I was like, huh?
Yeah, it's because of all the stupid, like...
Modes. It's like 5
files,
modes and stuff.
And music. It's like texture and music files that they never shrunk.
I was like, this game is like...
They never condensed any of it, so it's like the texture files are 8 times...
all uncompressed.
Also, say hi to Lanasax.
Oh, hi. Ancient Dragon.
She's the pretty waifu Ancient Dragon.
Nice.
Because she turned herself into a human so we can marry her.
Oh. Huh. Seems legitimate.
Ow. Also, she has really, really cool magic.
I sense... Ow. Don't really know what's going on, but it's fine. Not doing much damage at all, but it's fine.
It's fine. We don't need to kill her. We just need to deal enough damage for her to do that.
To leave, basically. Okay.
Yeah, she fucks off and then we deal with her later.
Apparently model year is 2019. Oh, okay. It's
Now we can hop on the horse.
5 years old? Hmm. Not too bad.
Oh.
How much are they asking for it, Cinema? Oh, wolf.
Yeah, I'm just running past him because fuck him. But look at that view now.
Whoa, that's the Erd tree, right?
Yes.
That's fucking sick.
There's a bonfire over here for you if you want.
Yeah, I just seen it, just seen it.
Another seed as well, like right here.
Touch Grace.
Yeah, so now we're basically heading into the capital, which is where the Erd Tree base is.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna be stupid close to the Erd Tree, and you're gonna see it. No matter where you are, you're gonna see the fucking tree.
380 with the Surface Pro is 319. Ooh, okay. It's the which and so the one that's 380 is that the one that you've been giving me the specs on?
Did you get the seed from there?
Yes, I grabbed it. Yeah, sorry. Oh, I got 50. I can level up. Hang on, let me just grab that.
Okay. Yeah, go do that, and then I'm gonna take you over to get the map, and then a bonfire, and then I'll bounce out and back real quick so that we can have this map unlocked.
Vigor. Okay, so I got my vigor is now. Okay, vigor is now 32. That's nice.
Your what?
My vigor is 32.
Okay, and your strength and dex are both 32.
Yes, but I'll probably start pumping more into dexterity.
Yeah, I would say start pumping damage now, so you can do more damage in the DLC.
Yeah. Should I do like? Should I do like 2 to 1? So like 2 dexterity, 1 strength. Is that sort of? Or do I just do evenly for now?
I would say for now, probably just split your levels between dexterity and vigor. Maybe do like 2 dex, 1 vigor.
Okay. Yeah. So leave strength.
Kind of leveling up health as you go, but you're still focusing on like getting more damage output.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. That's good. That's good. So is the specs of the Surface Pro Cinema, is that the one that's 319 or like 60 quid cheaper? Is that the same, or is that different specifications on that laptop? I like the little effect you get when you touch the grease, because before it was just like an explosion, but now the little like roots come out. That's quite cool.
Yeah, it's a nice little feature that they added. I think they added that with the DLC.
Okay. Oh, there's another golden seed here. Damn, I think I need 4 now, or is it? Is it 2? Is it twice? It does 3 and then. Or is it once?
I think it's like 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4
yeah.
5 5 or some shit like
okay.
that.
So I need to get another 3 then, I think, because I've already had 3 once. I don't think I've had it twice. I don't remember having it twice.
The map is supposed to be up here. The map is supposed to be like right here. Okay, cool. So you got the map of the area?
I do.
Ow! Stop stun locking my horse, you bastard, with your fucking torch! Fuck you. I literally couldn't move because the fucking horse was stun locked.
Oh, that's the same
specs.
specs.
Bonfire down here real quick, and then I'll hop out and back in.
Okay, yeah, nice.
The map unveiled, and then we'll go over to the sealed tunnel that we need to go to, because thankfully the sealed tunnel where the next ball bearing is, you don't have to go down and fight the boss. You literally have to break one secret wall, and then
it's there.
Yeah, it's just right there in a chest.
Okay. Oh, that does say 8th gen. Okay. 820. I mean, that's not too bad, but. Does it have to be touchscreen? Cinema? Just out of curiosity.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
I can see.
I can sight.
Actually, we probably should have gone and gotten the next map fragment first before we did that, but that's fine.
It's fine. All good.
Of course.
Oh, isn't there like a boss fight here? Sort of.
You can say that.
Oh, I hear someone. Is someone loading? Oh, right. I thought someone was loading like a catapult or something. I was like, huh?
There's a red bug over there, but I thought it was one of the Ashes of War bugs, but it's not. Just keep heading up the stairs.
Okie dokie. I'm running. Oh, that's bright. That Erd tree is bright.
Very much so.
Oh, 2 tree sentinels. Nice. And now the music's changed. Oh, this music though. Oh shit.
The what?
The music's changed.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Touching grass so that we fucking camp a bonfire here if we need it. There's a map fragment here if you want to grab it.
Yeah, I'm just like slightly fighting these tree sentinels.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. I just ran past them.
Oh yeah, there's a fragment right there. Oh. 2 golden seeds? Oh shit, let's go. That was kind of pog.
Ow.
Oh, he's just despawned. Okay.
And the other one's like,
I'm sure there was. It is the same. It is the same opening boss. Tree sentinels. There's just more than one of them.
it's pretty much the same.
There's just more than one of them.
There's a lot, actually. There's like 10 tree sentinels.
It's kind of like the Knight's one, isn't it? The Knight's Watch, or not Knight's Watch, but
Cavalry.
Knight's Cavalry. Yeah. Kind of similar to that.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's down there. Asshole started walking down the stairs like a douche. Hey. Hey, you. Hey, get over here.
Still half health though. Oh, how did I fucking dodge that? I don't know. Okay, I didn't dodge that.
Yeah, no.
Oh fuck! Ow. He did. Oh wow, that's kind of sick actually. I'm not dead. I've switched to you. It's switched the camera to you. Oh, that's actually really cool. Well, she did that more often. Ow. Enemy fell.
I fell down.
Erd tree great shield. Ooh. Kind of heroes room. Do I spawn back in now?
I think I have to touch the bonfire, but if if it lets you spawn back in, you can.
I'm just watching you right now.
Oh.
I can't do anything.
You're just gonna watch me play.
Oh yeah, now I'm dead. Now it says I'm died. Okay.
That would have been funny if you would just like, if I hadn't touched the bonfire, I'd just fucking, you just watch me play the
Yeah,
game.
just spectating me.
You just watch me play your game.
That would be funny as fuck. Okay, I need to. Okay, yep, add another chart. Oh, it's 4. Okay, so I did do 3 twice. Must have. Maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, add a charge. Okay, so
How
I
many
got
total flash charges do you have?
11.
Okay, because there's 14 in total.
Oh, that's good actually. So outer wall, phantom tree. That's right. Oh. I need to grab my things. My experience points that I dropped. Yeah, so the game expects you to be like, oh, here's one tree sentinel, and then it's like, oh, you got to the top? Oh, there's another tree sentinel. Like, oh.
Exactly.
Like, oh, okay.
Exactly.
It's some extra difficulty.
Okay, so yeah, this is where we need to go. What is it? It's a Cadillion. Oh, I actually
Okay, so
that for now. Don't
still
need that.
a little bit away from getting Oh wait, no, did I get some runes? Hold on. Oh, I think I can level up. Hold on.
Nice, go for it.
Nope, so. Nope, I'm 200 runes short.
Wow, 200?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
And I have a golden rune. I have a golden rune 1.
There you go. I was just gonna look and see if I had any of those.
I think. Yeah, I'm 23 runes over.
Yeah. I've had it before where I literally cleaned out like 0 with a level up.
That's
Or
mad.
I've also done it before where I had 1 rune left or 1 soul.
I got 37 runes left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just pumped down to dexterity. Extra damage.
Okay, so where we're going is I can't see the map, but it's somewhere down here. Basically, there's a thing we need to get to.
Okay. There's always a thing we need to get to, right?
That has the bell bearing in it.
Minor Tree Church.
Oh yeah, let's go. That's the one that I use.
Oh, cookbook. Nice. Golden Order Seal.
Yeah, that's the one that I use for my incantations.
A cookbook too.
Nice. Let me look around and see if I can find this. Oops, shit. See if I can find where we need to go here.
Oh, I can make crystal darts.
Those will be important later. Ah, there's where to go.
But with the cracked crystal, I can make crystal darts.
Okay, crystal darts are gonna come in handy in the DLC.
Okay. I've just crafted as many as I can.
Nice.
Whereabouts? Okay, you're down here.
Back on the front of the church.
Am I here?
So, down this way.
This way. This is the way.
It will show you the way.
Do you know that way?
I will show you the way.
I remember that.
Fuck you, Gundam Knuckles. I remember when like people in VR chat were making skins for that shit.
Yeah.
So you could Gundam Knuckles in VR chat. So stupid. Oh, hey, so you see the like glowy footprints or whatever?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, try to stab that.
Oh, Ash of War Prayerful Strike.
I just punched it once. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. And then down here whenever you're ready.
Havoc.
What?
Sorry, my dad walked in. So just
Oh, no, you're fine.
first thing he said was like, "What is that on your head?" And I'm like, "It's a pumpkin head. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. Just don't worry about it. And it's a pump.
Eat a pumpkin. It's a secret
tunnel.
How can
Secret tunnel.
How can it be a sealed tunnel when it's not sealed anymore? You bastard!
This chest right here is literally the one.
I just jumped down and started swinging at things, so that's my bad.
Right here.
There we go. Sweet. So round table hold them, I guess.
Yeah. If we want to take them back and get some. Here, there's a smithing stone over here.
Yeah, we can. As I said, we can explore here first if you want.
I don't really want to explore the place. I just figured we'd grab that one.
Yeah. All right, no, that's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, we can go back to round table.
Yeah, let's do that then. Oh, I can't. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta leave the cave first.
Well, leave the, how?
You can't fast travel. You can't fast travel when you're inside of a cave.
How can you leave a sealed tunnel?
Because we unsealed it. Oh.
Dun dun dun.
So you're gonna come out of the cave completely before it'll let you warp. Alright.
There we go.
Okay, and then...
Seal of Lost Grace. This isn't Skyrim? There isn't an exit at the end? No, the caves here are the dead ends basically at the end of them. Well, I think 90%, I think most of them are. If I'm mistaken.
No Golden Claw secret tunnel shit.
Oh god, remember those, the dragon claws? Jesus Christ. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that was weird.
What?
The blacksmith just like despawned and then come back again.
What the fuck?
It was like, oh, okay. Oh, fucking. Okay, people are. I can't talk to anyone now. The fuck?
Wait, what?
I can't talk to anyone.
Oh, maybe it was me sitting at the bonfire. That's funny that me sitting at the bonfire made it so everybody despawned and was like, no talking for you.
I can't even like rest. Oh, I can rest.
Really?
I can rest. Just took a lot longer than I thought. Can I talk to you? Okay, I can talk to you now. Jesus Christ, that was.
So yeah, I won't rest at the bonfire. I'll just stand here.
I'm still. Oh yeah, the ball bearings. Ball bearings. That's right. I was like, I'm still smithing stone short. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Turn in the bell bearings and buy.
Yeah, and buy a shitload. Yeah.
Stones. I would try to get those things up as far as you can.
Nobody likes you. Everyone despawns. I think I'll go and eat worms. Yeah. Sounds like a good plan for me, to be honest. Okay, so we got smithing stone ones. Oh shit, I can't buy that many. I need 4 at this point.
Back already, no matter.
Oh, I was 1 over. That's fine. Oh, shit, I'm out of runes. Fuck. I could probably sell stuff though.
I have a couple rune items, or we can just kill some shit in the DLC real quick and get you some runes.
Probably going to DLC probably be quicker, wouldn't it?
Probably.
Hold on, let me just see what I can. Nice. I could sell stuff, but then.
I wouldn't bother selling like equipment and stuff.
No.
You never know what of it you might need later.
Yeah, true. I was thinking more like material, but like and stuff. But then again, yeah, I probably need it for something. But anyway, okay. I'll go to the Shadow Realm map then. Scorched Ruins. Okay. Oh look, come again. It's the big, massive.
Not quite yet. We're gonna head west and go beat up a dead guy real quick, and then we'll go find the big one.
Wow.
What?
Oh, he's already dead. Beating up a dead guy? Like, that's... Isn't that making him alive then at that point? Because it's a double negative? You're beating up a dead guy who's then dead? Ah, so it's like... Oh, so for like death, it's like super death. It's not like, oh, you're alive again.
Ow!
Sure.
Also, look, it's our friends.
What do you mean?
Oh, there he is. Look at him. Yeet. Oh, he's all family. Look at him.
Oh. Oh, what? Oh. Ugh.
Ew, what?
Ew, but ew. Nah, not particularly keen. Maybe they'll grow on me, I'm not sure.
They're cute until you piss them off.
Yeah, probably. Like most things. Reverse the mist.
You can go inside.
Black Gale Knight? Oh, we have a crossbow. Oh!
It's jail. But yeah.
Jail. Ah. You have a rapid fire crossbow? Okay, interesting.
Yes, he has the fully automatic crossbow that they showed off in the trailer.
Oh! He just one.
Super dead now.
He just one hit me. Okay. Yeah, I was doing next to no damage.
Guess what? I got that too, asshole. Wow!
Around the kisser. Aww.
Oh, you're out of juice, buddy.
Boop. This is just roundhouse kick with the face.
Roundhouse.
Oh wow! Great sword of solitude, helm of solitude, armor of solitude, gauntlets of solitude, and greaves of solitude.
And you should have gotten like 70 grand, right?
I don't know, I can't tell. I'm still spectating you until you hit a bonfire.
Well, in that case. What the fuck? Where the hell did he come from?
I just saw that spawn in and it died.
What the fuck? He just like fell from the sky. What the fuck happened?
Oh.
What the fuck is happening? This mod is breaking the universe, dude.
It's fine.
It's everything's
Lee.
fine.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. The universe is fine.
Oh, I love how like the... Oh.
What?
Like the ground hasn't really loaded. Like the background hasn't loaded, and you were on your horse and then you just disappeared. It was quite funny to watch, actually. I got the last site of Grace visited.
Yeah, that should put you right here at this one.
Yeah, like none of this had loaded in. It was just all like smooth. Oh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the pop in on the grass is kind of funny in the DLC.
Okay. Oh, I need to grab my runes first.
Yes.
That. That probably means going into the boss room, grabbing it, and then running back out.
Yeah, but at least there's nothing there anymore, so you just run straight for it and go.
Ooh. Oh, that. Oh, that was weird. Huh.
What?
Those blue, like, worm things, they were, like, bulging at the top, and now they've just, like...
Yeah, they were angry at something.
Ah, okay. It was like, I could see it from a distance, they were, like, angry, and then it was like... and then I got close to them, they were like, oh, no.
Yeah. they get angry, their heads get big.
Yeah, 78,000 I have.
Nice.
Plenty of runes.
So yeah, and you should be able to go upgrade or do whatever you need now, right?
Yeah, so I'll go back to
Round Table.
Roundtable Hall, yeah. Hopefully I can talk to the NPCs and not have the game break.
What the fuck, QB? I heard tits get big. What? Huh?
Oh.
Depends on the girl in the frame, but I mean, sure.
Should I try on the Armor of Solitude or no?
Probably not. It's gonna be super heavy.
Yeah, probably.
It is one of the heavier sets.
I need to check how much smithing stones I need first. Actually, no, I need runes.
Nobody here has big tits except for
Me.
QB. God damn it!
I took you no matter it lay out your
I
arms
can't
then.
read. God fucking damn. I hate that one. I love that one, but I hate it as well. Like, it's so stupid, but I love it. But no, the big titties are mine, kitty. Mine. The small tits are good too, yeah. Like I said, it all depends on the girl in the frame.
Very true.
There's nothing wrong with a small pair of titties too. There's just not as much cushion for the pushing. Oh god, you appeared on top of me. That was weird.
Jarring.
What? How are you on top of me? Like, what?
I'm not.
On my... Look at my screen right now. Oh,
Well.
hold on, I'm being eaten by a bird. Hang on. Ow, hang on. Fucking bird!
I can see I can see a stream.
Yeah, do you see this shit? Fucking Harry Houdini, like... levitating. What the fuck are you doing? What is happening?
I'm in Roundtable Hold. What do you mean?
On my, you are floating 3 feet above me.
I love how it's matching, like when I'm running and when I'm not running. In Roundtable Hold, that's actually quite funny.
I thought the cushion was the booty. The booty. The cushion is everything, QB. Everything is cushion.
Okay, so I need 3 more Smithing Stone 5s.
Except for elbows. You need what?
Apparently I need 3 more Smithing Stone 5s.
Okay, we'll find plenty of 5s in the DLC here.
So my, let me just check the sword now is at plus 14.
Cool, that's pretty good.
Is it worth checking other weapons that I can upgrade or no?
Yes, QB. What? Sorry.
Is it
People
worth
are redeeming Robert Stack BTS right now.
No, it's fine. It's alright. It's fine. I said, is it worth like me upgrading like the Somber Stone ones, like the ones I was using before, or no?
That's up to you if you want to keep using them. I would say, excuse me, probably save your stones for now, just in case you find other stuff you want to play around with.
Oh, I can look at the Ashes of War. I can get one that's poison. Poison Moth Flight. Of War.
Well, so look at the Ash of War that's on the weapon first, because if you like that one's not bad to keep on there. Otherwise, there are.
Yeah, it's the blind spot one.
Yeah. So you could just reapply the blind spot one with a different element if you wanted to, if it lets you.
Oh right, yeah. So I can. Oh yeah, I can put like blood or poison or magic on it.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
That or cold. Ooh.
I personally like cold a lot because there's a lot of stuff that's resistant to, or that's susceptible to cold, and frostbite makes anything afflicted with frostbite takes 20% more damage.
Yeah, so
also, I see you over there, QB and Kitty. Blah, 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 blah.
Doesn't it like take a chunk of health away as well when you get frostbitten?
Yes, it's like blood loss where you lose a chunk of health and then you also take more damage on top of it. So that's why I personally like frost.
Okay. I think it does its intellect as well, which
you see nothing. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I see everything, Kitty. Blah, 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 blah.
I'll put cold on it. Fuck it. Why not?
Cold is a good one. And honestly, your cold would stack with my cold then, so we would be dealing frost more effectively.
Cool. Nice. Right, I think that's me good to go.
Yes, I do, kitty. I see you right there. Right there. Blah, 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 blah.
Now I talk to...
Rita, are you here for spirit tuning?
I'm here for spirit. Huh? Why is it giving me the option, there's something you should know? I'm not touching that.
Who?
Rodrika. Rodrika? Spirit tuner girl? I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it, just in case I fuck it up. And I'm not, no.
Wait, what happened? No, what? Sorry, people are redeeming Tenji as shit and I'm distracted.
No, you're good. It's fine. I'm all good to go.
So, but what were you saying no for?
Just to press that option. Because I was like, last time I did that, I pressed something, it fucking broke it, so. I had to re-enter the round table, but I don't need to do anything really, so.
Okay.
So still, I haven't got any Ghost Claw 3, whatever it is. Or 4. I think it might be 4.
Hey, kitty. What?
What I need?
Are you here for spirit?
What's that, super hydrate?
4.
It's supposed to be for me to finish whatever I'm drinking.
Oh.
I will refund it though if you redeem it when I just open a jug of tea, or if I don't have anything left in my glass. Like currently, I have like 1 swig of water left in my bottle, so I would refund it because there wouldn't be a point.
Right. Okay. What's on? Wait. Can I? I can level up. Hang on, let's level up. Level up. Let's go dexterity again. Level 90 now. Ooh. Let's dexterity's 34. I'll do like I said, two dexterity, 1 vigor. Big runes, cost Godric, that's fine.
That like scared the shit out of me. I'm sitting here waiting for you, and then all of a sudden the fucking bird just landed on my head again.
Are you in the DLC area?
Yeah, I'm still just sitting here waiting next to your floating incorporeal form.
As one does.
Fucking, I don't know what's going on. I'm warping back to the bonfire to reset things.
Are you at the bonfire? Oh, hey, you're at the bonfire. I literally just turned up.
Alright. You ready to take down a big guy?
But let's finish with a bang, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you think we're done? Oh. Yeah, you gotta wrap up soon. This is.
Yeah, I think it's getting close to
We'll do this. Yeah, there's like 2 bonfires that are right here that we can grab.
Yeah. That's good. Oh my. Well, there goes my horse.
I didn't want to roll.
I insta-deathed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I got different rot disease now, apparently.
What did you get?
Emanciation?
Oh, I got decay last time. I don't know what that one does.
The one I've got reduces stamina recovery. That's what it does.
Oh god, what the fucking... Bro, you teleported him! I was about to fucking hit him and you teleported him by resting at the bonfire.
I wanted to get rid of my thing. Oh, shit. Jesus. Well, 90 dies in 2 seconds. Yeah, that sums up from soft games.
Ow, ow, ow.
That's from software for you.
Phone down, the price is right.
Whee. Where we hitting?
His face.
His big stupid head.
Oh god. Kick him in the face.
Oh.
Alright, so you should have gotten a crystal tier from that or something?
Deflecting hard tier? Is that what it was?
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. So, the deflecting hard tier, by the way, basically turns Elden Ring into
All right, yeah. The Savage rhythm game. You mean?
Yeah. Dark Souls, the rhythm game.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Feels loopy.
Ooh.
You okay, QB? Took some buffering on awake. So you
Fragment, nice. Oh, do I touch the
QB's
cross?
on crack.
Oh, why is someone dead or sleeping? Oh, okay, they're gone.
No, they're not sleeping. Talk to the NPCs. So these, by the way, are Miquella's crosses. Basically, they indicate Miquella's travels through the realm of shadow.
Hardwood coalesce.
Each of them is a small snippet of Miquella's.
Abandon here the first of the flesh of my body. There he goes. In the heels of me. Oh, why have you got like a knot on your face?
He's a horn sex, so he's got horns.
Oh.
The Earth Tree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed.
Flesh.
I believe Miquella's apologies when he says our delivery will come, but never will I see your.
It's the line delivery, cinema.
Ah, Lady Leda spoke.
Oh, these guys have a lot of dialogue, by the way, so exhaust all of it.
I'm in battle.
Cross map, nice.
Oh, do you speak? If you've yet to do so, have him. You'll find more of your Miquella.
And the pillow of mist.
Ah.
Yeah, you guys are both.
I got given a cross map and stuff. Cool.
Okay. So, let's go one more bonfire, because we'll meet a couple more of our compatriots here. And then, if you want to call it there, we can.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Oh. But yeah, the reason I found that so funny with DMC Devil May Cry cinema is the fact that literally Dante's meant to scream, but he just goes, ah. Like he stubbed his, well, not even stubbed his toe, like he's just kind of gone, like he's forgotten his keys for his car. Yeah, yeah. It's bad. It's so bad it's hilarious. Like his brother Virgil's has been like kidnapped by the big bad boss, and he's just like, ah. And I'm like, is that really the best emotion you're gonna get out of him? Okay.
Did you get the Ashes of War from here?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, cool. So that one's a really good one. It's called Savage Lion Claw.
Yeah. Yeah.
It basically lets you do a double front flip and a slide.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Double front flip.
Yeah. So here, I think I have it on one of my weapons, but I'm not sure.
The better word to use would have been no.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
No.
I never put it on my.
Archel. Yeah. Yeah, they just didn't really think it through, did they?
Yeah, so we'll come up here. I'll show you real quick.
Excelente. That game's actually on Steam, by the way.
What?
Disney Hercules on the PlayStation. I have it.
You have it on Steam?
Yes, I do have it on Steam.
No! How dare you! You're not me! Shit!
I haven't talked to Ansbach and Moore over there. Exhaust their dialogue and whatnot. Moore also has a shop if you want to buy anything from them.
The fragment, nice.
You must be the tarnished.
I must be the tarnished.
But now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikola.
Okay.
I'm hardly the steady hand I once was.
No tone in chat. Everyone thinks I'm not being serious. No, no. I mean, when you asked that question, I you know, you probably haven't played that Devil May Cry game, so.
May 6 crosses identical to this one.
Okay, he's asking me to find the crosses. Okay. Just help me. Yeah. Well, there was one like, there's one like back where you came probably. So.
If you'd be certain to tell me, I presume just what kind.
He's kind.
Just for now, just to show you.
Together, for Mikola the kind, many
change
things
it in my game.
we have found.
Oh, I can buy rune arcs from this guy. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, something really
I have 10. Yeah. Okay. Talk to more. Yeah, why not?
Like finding things.
Oh, good.
You, Lady Leda, her allies.
You like finding things.
Joy to all.
They do. Right. That's good enough for me. Next.
Here, take a look at this real quick.
Hang on. Empowered my Scadu Tree Blessing. Yes.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, QB. Suck. Uh-huh.
Oh.
So watch my left hand.
I'm watching your
There's
left hand.
dinky little staff, right?
Yeah. Oh. That's a really cool like cross-wired sword.
Sizes that day.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't cold.
But so this is probably one of the coolest new additions to the DLC. It's one of the coolest new weapons. But this is the Savage Lion's Claw weapon art.
Oh shit. Oh, I think I've seen that. Yeah.
It has the follow-up though. That's the Lion's Claw one, and then the
boof.
follow-up is what differentiates.
Yeah,
Savage
the Savage. Right. Okay.
But
He
yeah,
put
I
it-
like that, and then the
He does, doesn't he? Puts over his shoulder like a lumberjack. Yeah. That's how you hold the sword.
I mean,
Especially
this
great
thing is
swords.
a colossal sword. So
Yeah, it's a colossal great swords. You hold them like that in this game.
Yeah. So.
Ah.
But all right, if you want to call it here, that is fine. We got to explore around the DLC a little bit, which I'm happy about.
Yes. And we jumped like a good chunk of the game.
Hopefully you're enjoying it a little bit at least.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. So,
You got some new toys to play with at least.
yes, I'm loving these new swords.
Yeah. Dude, the reverse grip swords are.
It's so cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, they're just so much fun. So, all right, let me. Take it. Ah.
Let's rest there, and we will call it a day.
Don't leave Pirate.
Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for playing, Welshie. We gotta gonna just do like same time next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, potentially if Friday, Saturday before, or like say worst case scenario, probably just one of the like the Saturday or something.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you can't do like 2 days a week, that's fine. We don't have to do 2 days.
Yeah. That's
So
cool.
just those are the couple days that I have.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, we can work around that.
Free, so. But yeah, no. I will see you next week then.
Yes, I will see you probably next week some point.
Have a good night, bud.
Cool. Take care, man.
Bye.
Boy. Ah. Oh. Well, that's awkward. About to finish. I'm just saying. Shit. Oh, welcome in naked. Oh, I'm just stretching. Bing, 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 bing. How was Final Fantasy V?
Zekid raided my stream with 15 viewers.
How was Final Fantasy V? Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you all. How was Stream Eckert? Good to see you. Welcome in, Moister, as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. And no worries at all, Cinema, with the advice. No problem at all. No problem at all. But yeah, literally, you just caught me about to finish up stream for the night because we've been playing with Ben Edgehouse, who's currently streaming himself. And yeah, we I felt like I thought this was a good place to stop because we you know, we did like a big end with like a massive furnace enemy thing, and this is DLC, by the way. So this is Shadow of the Erdtree DLC that we're currently in. So we did bits and pieces to get to the entrance of the DLC, and we've kind of jumping back and forth now between DLC and then main game. So yeah, we've a lot of good progress. Lots of good progress. Oh, do I just like quit? Yeah, we're level 90. I guess I just end. Oh, I know why. Hold on. I got to use this and turn it off. World. I think that will allow me to save. No, that won't allow me to quit game. Okay, that's fine. I guess I just quit the game. Yeah, let's pass the raid on. Let's do that. I guess I can't because we are using the seamless co-op mod. So we are doing that. That's what we're trying to. Well, we've been using today, and it's been working well. Like, it's in beta, so we've had a few little weird moments, like people floating and things just not working quite right, but it's all good. Okay, so I guess I'll just close the game at this point. Good. Yay! Fatal errors occurred. Cool. All right. Let's see who is online we can say hi to. Okay, so Ben is raiding house. That's no worries. Jill's doing some Sekiro speedruns. I'm going to continue the FromSoft sort of vibe. Cat's doing... Seacap's doing Baldur's Gate 3. Tiny's doing her Rambunctious Bites takeover stuff. Okay, always. And I'm yawning a lot now, which always tells me I need to just kind of either just chill a minute. So, okay. But no, I hope you had a great stream, Final Fantasy V stream, and everybody who was in the raid, who's in the stream with Eckert, go check him out. He's a really cool dude, part of Team Retrosaurus. And I am Welsh Bandicoot, and I normally do retro sort of like PS1, PS2 era games, platformers, hack and slashes, that kind of stuff. Do a little bit of JRPGs in it here and there and whatnot. But we're a bit of a modern trend at the moment. So we're doing God of War Ragnarok solo playthrough. We're doing Elden Ring co-op. And then we're also going to be doing Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. And then Horizon Forbidden West. And then probably Dawn Trail for Final Fantasy 14 because I love that game. So, yeah. Let's see. Rated Tiny yesterday. Let's rate Jill. She's doing Sekiro Shadows Die Twice Shura glitchless speedruns. So, and I believe Shura is the ending name, if I'm not mistaken. And they're about, I think it's about 40 minutes runs. Like, they're really quick. Oh, no, 30 minutes, sorry. 32 minutes is her personal best. So, yeah, we're going to go say hi to Jill. I haven't rated Jill in a little bit, and I haven't really popped in her streams that much. I do lurk sometimes, but that's its US time. It's a little bit later than usual. So, yeah. But yeah, I've known Jill for a very long time. Probably since I started, well, since before I started streaming, actually. Since I've been on Twitch, really. Which is like 4 years now? Nearly 4 years? Something like that. 3-4 years? I think I've known her. So, she's a sweet bean. And loves her Tomb Raider, Metal Gear Solid, and FromSoft games. So, she'll be happy to see us playing Elden Ring. So yeah, we're going to go say hi to Jill. Let me start the raid. But yeah, the socials pop through. So if you want to follow my socials or go into the Discord, you're more than welcome to. And yeah, sorry for like the timing of the raid. I'm really, really sorry. But I just physically can't. I'd love to go longer, but I'd already committed to finishing. So, but yeah, let's go say hi to Jill. And yeah, I will see you all hopefully next time for another stream. If I'm streaming tomorrow, it will probably be... I might do like a one-off multiplayer game, like First Descendant or like Valorant or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think we'll play Ragnarok Monday. We'll start that back up because I normally try and do Monday to Fridays as our like solo games, and then the weekends I try and do if I can, or like if I'm feeling it, I try and do one-off games. So, but yeah. Take care of yourselves, everybody. Again, thank you for all the chatting. Sorry I wasn't chatting so much because I've been trying to focus with Ben and chatting with Ben. So I appreciate you all hanging out. And I will see you all next time. Have a good weekend, everybody, if I don't see you. And I'll see you next time. Bye for now.